Welcome to the Jennings Juvenile Justice and Corrections Joint Committee. It's the second of 2 days that we plan during the interim to meet. And we're going to continue with our agenda. We're going to first hear from Secretary of Corrections Jeff Smuda on an annual report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much. Before I get started in the presentation, I've got some members of my executive leadership team here with me, and I'd kind of like to try to put a face with a name and a title for all of you. So going forward, if you need to reach out to them. With me today is Megan Milner. Megan is the Deputy Secretary of Adult and Community-Based Services. Gloria Geither is here. She is the Deputy Secretary over Facility Management. Dr. Chris Fanning is our Executive Director over Programs and Risk Reduction. That includes education. And Jennifer King, who many of you know, Jennifer's our Executive Director of Public Affairs. Before I get into the agenda, I'd just like to make a comment about your remarks yesterday, Mr. Chairman, about Russ Jennings and the value that he brought to the legislature and to this committee. And I had an opportunity to work with Russ for a couple of years, and he was totally committed to the work, and we do miss him. Thank you for your remarks yesterday. So let's see if I can pull up this. Go through the agenda really quickly, what I'm going to cover here today. I want to provide you with a good overview of some aspects of the organization. And then I also want to share some information regarding key activities and challenges facing the organization. So just a quick KDOC at a glance, go through that. We'll talk about some budget allocations, where we're at with our staffing, population projections, and I know you had a little bit of that with Director Schultz yesterday. I'll go through that fairly quickly, I hope. Talk a little bit about our parole element, the community corrections funding, education and employment, Kansas correctional industries, introduction of contraband, the issues we're having with that. And talk a little bit about innovations and investments that we're making. We've got a handful of requests for proposals that are pretty impactful that are going out, and I'll go through those. Just briefly touch on our 5-year capital improvements plan and the plan for this year. Talk a little bit about sex offender program management and placement. In conjunction with that, a little bit about the Sex Predator Commitment Act. And then I'll close it by talking about our desire to replace the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. So a little bit about the makeup of the agency. This map reflects the locations of our 8 adult and our 1 juvenile facility. 3 of the adult facilities, so you'll see, if you count them up, you'll see more than 9 there. 3 of our adult facilities have satellite facilities. We have a satellite in Wichita that is connected to Winfield. We have one in Stockton, and we have one in Oswego. Our facility for women is located here in Topeka, as is our juvenile facility. And I would invite you, if you've not had the opportunity to come visit one of our facilities, you're always welcome to visit any and all of them at your leisure as you have time. We'd welcome that. Our staff would welcome that. I think it gives you an opportunity to observe staff performing their responsibilities and get some sense of operations and maybe put some mental pictures to what I talked to you about. Anyway, you're always welcome. You can contact Jennifer or myself, and we'll get you access. We'll accompany you if you'd prefer, or if you'd prefer to come in alone and just see it without somebody with you, we're fine with that as well. This table reflects our authorized positions and personnel for the agency. It includes facilities, parole, central office, and Kansas correctional industries. It's broken down into uniform and non-uniform positions. Uniform positions would be correctional officers, correctional supervisors, lieutenants, captains, and we have a major at each facility. Some of our non-uniform positions would be records, counselors, fiscal, maintenance, IT positions. We have just over 3,500 staff, and nearly 60% of them are serving in uniform positions. So that's a big component of our workforce, are those staff in facilities serving in uniform. This slide has a map of locations and geographic areas where our parole offices are located throughout the state. And the offer stands with our parole offices as with facilities. At any time you'd like to come visit and see what staff do and visit with staff, we'd welcome that. A little bit about the FY 2026 operating budget for the agency as a whole. 95% of our operating budget is state general fund, not a lot of federal or grant funds in our budget. Two biggest budget, most substantial budget items are our healthcare contract, healthcare and behavioral health for our incarcerated population. That's about a little over $102 million, about 16% of our overall budget. And then food service, we're contracted for our food service and have been for many years. That's about 23 million or 4% of the budget. Costs for food service budget have an escalator built in there tied to the consumer price index, and we have some increases built in to the healthcare budget as well. This past year, we had an increase. We were in the last year of our current health contract, and our vendor partner came to us and said, look, we've got to renegotiate a little bit on the pricing. These salaries, off-site care has just escalated beyond. So we researched that. We were able to negotiate for the last year of the contract a 5.7% increase. And when we looked at other states that were experiencing similar situations, Missouri had a 10.7% increase, Arkansas had nearly a 25% increase, and Georgia had a 32% increase in the cost of health care. So I think we got good value for the state. We kept our contract in place, and when I talk about RFPs, you'll see there's a healthcare RFP about to go out.
Secretary, if I might just stop you there. And I think other members can jump in as they have questions rather than wait to the end.
You bet.
I think we can do both, but on the healthcare contract, how long does that contract run, and when are you going to have to renew a contract in that respect?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It expires June 30th of 26, and the request for proposal just went out. I think it was on the 5th or so it just went out on the streets. Pretty long process. That's such a big contract. It's pretty lengthy. So the contract expires June 30th, and we've already got the request for proposal out there for companies bid. I suspect there'll be somewhere between, I think there'll be no less than 3 vendors that express interest in having our contract, and maybe as many as 5 or 6. So it should be pretty competitive.
Contract that you're contemplating, the new one would run for how long?
I think it's I believe it's a 3 2-year terms, I believe. I'll verify that and let you know for sure. That's what we had the last time. So 2 years with some renewals, 2 years each.
Thank you. We have one more question, maybe more, Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, when you mentioned the Topeka's Women's Correctional Facility, the last time this committee toured the facility, there were some concerns that we saw at that time. Do you plan to give an update on that, or will that be coming soon? Or if not, if you could just, share, email some of the upgrades that were made in the women's prison. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I will talk about the Topeka Correctional Facility here a little bit later. We have a new building coming there that's going to help address some of those issues, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the nursery that's going to be coming there. So if I don't answer all your questions when we get to that, please don't hesitate to ask.
I'm going to Representative Carmichael also has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. I just want to follow up on the chair's question. I see on the pie chart the healthcare expenditure for 2026 is 102 million and change. And then I see significant changes from FY 2025 healthcare contract, apparently an add of 8.3 million. Does that take into account what the vendor is saying they're probably going to need from you on this next contract? Or are there going to probably be additional requests over and above the 8.3 million that's described?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thanks for the question. I believe the 8.3 million, we negotiated that 5% with the Department of Administration. The vendor came to us and said, look, we can't do this next year of the contract for what's in the contract. It's costs have just escalated, and that's a fact.
So that was an adjustment to an existing contract?
That's correct, sir.
That ran through FY 2026. And the increase you're talking about that the vendor is saying they anticipate will be for 27 and beyond.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that increase is just for this current fiscal year. So we negotiated that back. It will end June 30th of 2026. And we'll have either the same vendor, we'll have a new contract at that time, or one of the other people putting in a competitive bid will be chosen.
Anticipate an additional increase in the cost when that happens?
Representative, I would. That's the landscape that's out there. When we were negotiating this contract, when they first came to us, nobody wants to spend more money. And when we reached out to the other correctional systems that had either entered into a new contract or we knew had to renegotiate because they were facing the same things, they were substantial. I think we'll see an increase in the contract, no doubt. Also on that slide, you'll see JAG-K at 5.5. It was previously 3 million. They received a little more funding. And then O'Connell Children's Shelter has $1 million there. What's not included in this budget is there was some funding set aside with the State Finance Council for us to utilize if necessary. Core Civic owns a correctional facility in Leavenworth, very close to our facility in Lansing. I think they're less than a mile apart. They're looking to reopen that. It's been mothballed for about 3 or 4 years. They're looking to reopen that, I think, with the intent of being a detainer facility for ICE. Salaries that they have put out there are substantially higher than ours. I want to say they're $3 or $4 an hour more than we offer our staff at Lansing. So there's some money, Legislature set aside some money with the State Finance Council. If that facility comes online, that funding is there to allow us to increase wages at Lansing if need be to be competitive with that Core Civic facility so we don't lose a bunch of staff there.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, we heard more about the evidence-based program fund, and I just wanted to, we added additional expenditures from that fund last year, and when we get our presentation in Budget Committee, will you please be sure to include a line item of the grants that are and we may have that, I'm just not recollecting those at this time, so that we can really take a look at what those are, and then it sounds like a lot gets resubmitted, paid back if it's not used. So sometimes the fund looks artificially high, even if there's planned expenditures, we get some of it back, and it was concerning to me that it was shown that the fund could be in the red or depleted by 2029. So I just want to make sure that we're looking ahead when we make decisions on if we want to spend additional dollars from that fund. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I appreciate the question. We'll bring that to the Budget Committee. That fund has just really been a challenge. I heard somebody saying, I don't remember if it was Director Regier. It took a while to build, so the fund was established, and it took a while for resources to get built up in the community, so some of the funds could be spent. Not much was spent from the first 3 years. That has started to pick up. For whatever reason, there's still, a grant is awarded to allow a startup to get, a startup program to go, and a fair amount of that is not expended and gets returned back to us, and the fund continues to grow. I can understand why people have their eye on that resource, because it hasn't been getting spent down. I think the projection is, if all the programs get up and going, that it will eventually.
Senator
Bring that to
Gossage
you.
has a question.
Thank you. Just a very quick question. I strongly support the JAG-K program and was recently at the induction ceremony in Eudora for those great kids and their instructor. But I was surprised that it was under, seems like last year there was some discussion because it's done on the education level in the high school, et cetera. Why is that under corrections?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, well, we have that, they have a block of it. Some of it comes from that evidence-based fund because it's under the JGOC, because the intent is to address the needs of kids out in the community and keep them from coming to prison. So I think that's why it ended up here. I think that's, the request was made by the JAG-K folks, and I think because so much of the funding comes from the evidence-based fund, I think that's why it falls under us. We help manage the evidence-based practices fund. It falls under KDOC.
Thank you.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the JJOC fund has certainly been a topic of conversation for years, and it's something that I have fought year over year to protect because it is a pool of money. And the last thing I want to see happen with our juvenile justice system is similar to what happened with our mental health system when we closed a facility, a bunch of facilities in the 80s and 90s, and that money was supposed to go to the community to help with mental health. And eventually that money all dried up and never got to where it needed. And so now we're back to building mental health hospitals. Kind of a similar situation, right? When 367 passed, the Juvenile Justice Fund was created and the juvenile justice reforms were passed about 3 or 4 years prior to my getting into the legislature. They shut down, I believe, 4 of the 5 facilities. And the savings from those facilities is what goes into this fund every year. There is no doubt and no question that grant fund has not been managed the way that it was supposed to for many years. Matter of fact, we've previously addressed that in here, made clarifications and even some changes to ensure that the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee really understands how to manage that fund. Since that time, and especially over the last 2 years, I believe they've went to a quarterly rolling grant process in an attempt to get those funds where they need to go. The challenge is there's just not enough programs in a number of these jurisdictions for these juveniles. Now, set that aside for a second. If we look at last year's budget, what happened with this fund? Again, because every year there is some attempt by somebody to pull money out of that fund to be used for something that is not juvenile justice related. If you'll recall, I believe it was 3 or 4 years ago, the governor utilized $20 million to fill a budget hole. The next year we put that $20 million back in there. We fought off attempts to utilize it 2 years ago, but last year they were successful in sweeping $10 million out into the general fund. And specifically with JAG-K, they pulled $3.5 million out and specifically funded JAG-K that way. JAG-K, if I remember correctly, didn't particularly like that because it is not a permanent funding source. And I, like you, completely agree with JAG-K. I mean, they're doing remarkable work, probably one of the most successful juvenile organizations in helping those kids before they're really involved in the system. So we need to look at definitely putting that funding back where it needs to go and protecting that funding because as we saw yesterday, those projections are that it will get spent down and actually be a negative over the next couple of years. So thank you for letting me drag on. I just wanted to add a little bit of context on that fund because I sat on Senate Ways and Means and sat on appropriations and every year it's a fight to try to protect that fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that history. That's very, very informative. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I make one comment in that regard? And I know you'll hear from Deputy Secretary Milner this afternoon on juvenile issues, but the more we can focus on keeping those kids from incarceration, those that can be kept out in the community, the better for everybody. Once they get to incarceration, it's much harder to get them back on track. So that's what that fund is intended to do, help provide the programming and treatment to help those kids. So, all right. A little bit about our staffing levels. It remains stable over the past couple of years compared to what we experienced during the pandemic, which was very, very bad. A significant factor leading to that improvement is the investment made regarding compensation for our workforce. It's created a greater ability to recruit and retain employees. Thank you to the governor and to you folks for recognizing the need and investing in those employees. It has made the difference. And we're back to building, to a point where we're back to building experience with our employees. That experience level, at one point, we had half of our uniformed staff that had 2 years or less of experience. We're trying to build that back up. That experience, you can't replace that. And we're going to continue a greater emphasis on retaining the staff that we have. These are a couple slices of a slide. We used to have all the months for the past 2 or 3 years, but the slide just, the graph got a little bit out of control. So this slide reflects some key moments over the last 4 years regarding vacancies in our uniform positions. The boxes kind of point to those marks. In January of 2022, there was a base pay increase and some differentials. Differentials were applied to staff, some additional pay. If the facility was experiencing a 25% or greater vacancy rate, then staff got a little bit extra pay there. That was in January of 2022. And so as you move to the right, you can see it starting to dip. Then in the middle box in July of 2024, you can see we've gotten to where some significant decreases are there compared to 18 months earlier. Additional pay increases for staff, again, were implemented. We had about 275 vacancies at that point. When you go back to that January slide at the far left, we had 460 vacancies in our uniform positions at that time. By the time you get to that middle point, it was down to 275. And then to the right, July of 2025, we had you authorized another base pay increase for staff, and we're down to roughly 200 vacancies. We track this every pay period, actually get something every week on this. This slide reflects recent tracking of numbers in our adult facilities, both uniformed and non-uniformed positions. Statewide, in our uniform positions, 11% are vacant today. That's compared to a high of about 33% during the pandemic. Non-uniform, we have about 13 positions that are vacant. And I will tell you, when I talk to my peers, we have correctional systems in the country. Some of them are still experience 30 to 40% vacancy rates in their uniform. I don't know how they run those facilities. So again, we are grateful for the support and investment in that workforce. These are our juvenile facility vacancies. Now this slide looks bad, but we had some confusion and miscommunication on how we were reporting vacancies there. So once we got that corrected, it jumped up and we got a true picture of that. So when you see that, it's not that we had a mass exodus. We had a bunch of vacancies that weren't being counted. And what that was, they were only counting vacancies in the juvenile correctional officers' positions. They weren't counting them in the juvenile correctional officer 2 positions, the supervisor positions, the uniform management positions. So we've corrected that, and now it accurately depicts all of the vacancies. And then parole vacancies. We have great ability to recruit and retain staff within our parole workforce. It's been really good for quite some time. Again, there was an investment made there. For those of you that may have been on budget committees or in this committee, office, OJA, the judicial branch of supervision out in the community, had a pretty significant bump about 3 or 4 years ago, and they're deserving of that. But that bump did not impact our parole staff. They were not included in it, nor were the community corrections, probation supervisors. Legislature corrected that, I think, the next year, and it put us all back on a level playing field. I think Director Regier referenced the level playing field in his remarks yesterday.
Secretary, we have a question from Senator Pascal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary, some of the tours I remember at Lansing, you talked about vacancies at that time, and we talked to some of the guards and others of what they dealt with. So when you get the funding for that, what incentives, what did you do with it actually to retain those officers you have and to recruit others? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thanks for the question. So that pay is a big help. I don't think you can discount that pay. It has to be competitive. And at the time, back during the pandemic, at the onset and maybe first year of the pandemic, we were not competitive. We were not only not competitive in the correctional sector, losing people to jails or to other supervision in the community entities, we weren't very competitive for a time there with other jobs just in the community. You could go work at a job that was maybe less risk, less threatening for equal or greater amount of pay, and that was pretty common. So the pay certainly made a difference. But really, what we've had a focus on, and we will continue to have a focus on, is the manner in which we treat our employees, the environment that we put them into. You know, do they have a chair that's functioning? Does their computer work? If they need to replace a uniform, I'll talk about uniforms later, can they get a replacement for uniform? All the things that are around that job that make people feel valued and like they're part of a professional organization. That's where we really get there, is continue that effort there, because you can't have a pay increase every year. We know that, and so we've got to do other things, and it is helping. We're in a much better shape today, much better. I know Director Schultz spoke a little bit about populations and the projections in facilities yesterday, and I'm going to go through it just a little bit. I might have a little bit of a different, a little bit different information, so bear with me if it's a bit redundant on what he said. You can see some numbers up there in the slide. It also includes the number of adults under supervision in the community, that last bullet. We continue to see an increase in the people coming to incarceration in our facilities. Pre-pandemic, in May of 2019, we hit a high in our adult correctional facilities of about 10,100 people. Pandemic hit in the spring of 2020, and that started dropping pretty quickly. And I think that happened in county jails. I think first, to some degree, the criminal justice system kind of pulled back in. It was hard to have court, maybe not as many arrests, what have you. But during the pandemic, it dropped to just under 8,300. So that's a pretty significant drop. We lost about 1,800. We opened up about 1,800 beds. That has steadily climbed. And if you look on the slide, we're at about 9,849 a couple days ago. We have 148 juveniles in our custody, and I won't talk too much about juveniles because again, Deputy Secretary Milner will be on that this afternoon. That's a slight drop from January of this year when it was 163. That number's been pretty consistent between about 140 and about 180 over the last 3 years, I believe. And we supervise about 5,300 adults in the community post-incarceration. That's just our parole group supervises that number. That doesn't include what the judiciary supervisors on their probation or what community corrections supervises. This map provides a sense of where Kansas is in relative to the rest of the country with regard to the rates of incarceration for adults. We have about 648 individuals per 100,000 citizens, and we are about in the middle of the incarceration rate. Louisiana is the high, and Massachusetts is the low, and we're right there somewhere in the middle. Little demographic, again, may have already been covered yesterday. This is our, regarding our adult population in our correctional facilities. Adult women, 75% of them are white, 20% are Black, African American. Our men, about 66% are white, 29% are Black, African American, and then there's some other races there, but those are the two predominant. Men is about the same percentage as a year ago, previous year, and women, there's about 4% less white in the population, and that is counterbalanced by about 4% Black or African American than a year ago. Our prison population by offense grouping and category. Now, this slide reflects the most serious active offense for both adult men and women in our facilities. Many of them have numerous offenses. Maybe they're serving multiple sentences for different crimes, but we want to try to get a sense, based on their most serious offense, how can we categorize them and kind of get a snapshot? So it's the most serious offense they are currently serving time for. So for example, maybe someone is charged with aggravated battery and they also are charged with a possession with maybe intent to deliver. We would place them in the other person non-sex category for that aggravated battery. That's the more serious of the two offenses, if you will. And I would just point out, if you look at the slide, the disparity between men and women regarding both the sex offenses, where men are much more likely, our incarcerated population to be incarcerated for that, and the drug offenses, which interestingly enough is a higher percentage for our female population. This reflects recidivism, and I'm hoping one day before my time in corrections is over, we can stop talking about failures and talk more about successes, because we have, nationally, we have more successes. But anyway, this talks about the people that come back to prison. And the standard measurement across corrections nationally is to measure whether, when someone is released, if they don't come back within a 3-year period, that is deemed to be a success if they don't come back to prison. If they come back within that 3-year period, they recidivated. So they fall into the recidivism number. And so there's a 3-year lag in measuring that. They get out and you have to wait 3 years. So the last measuring cycle, those released, was in 2021 that we have. That was about 71% did not return in that 3-year period. That's up about 3.5% from the previous year. I'm not sure what was driving that. I would speculate maybe a portion of that is when we were in the pandemic. That was the time of the pandemic. It was harder to get people out into programming because we were cohorting them and whatnot. We had a lot more lockdown than we did today, but that's some speculation. Other sets of bars on the graph reflect why those that returned to prison did. So whether it was a condition violation or a new conviction, that's reflected in there, and those are pretty even. A few more in the conditional release violators. That's up just a little bit, pretty flat in the new convictions. So bed capacity in our adult facilities. 2024 new commitments accounted for a little over 76% of admissions, and that's from the Kansas Sentencing Commission. The Sentencing Commission is projecting that if the current growth in the adult population continues, it will exceed our current bed capacity in about 3 to 4 years, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. By virtue of my position, I've been on the Kansas Sentencing Commission now for 6 years, and one of the things I'm most impressed with when I first came to Kansas is how accurate their projections are. They're usually within 1.5% to 2.5% of being spot on, and I'm just in my previous life in corrections, I'm not accustomed to the projections being that accurate, and I would imagine Director Schultz talked about why the projections are important, but I can tell you for us, it helps so much with planning. Are we going to have enough beds? What can we do to create beds? how can we reconfigure things to make this work? So I'm very appreciative of the work that's done by the commission, Director Schultz and the staff at the commission. Very, very impressive what they do. So next few slides illustrate what the growth in the population looks like compared to our current number of beds in the system. Data on this particular slide are both the men and women combined, and the dark line to the left is the actual population, and you see it dip back in 20, 21, 22, and then here it comes back up to where we currently are. And then you see where that projected line, which is kind of the amber or reddish color, is really starting to climb. That horizontal line is our bed capacity, 10,892. That's for both men and women combined, and I'll break that out here. So you can see where the growth intersects. This is our male population, actual and projected. So again, to the left, there's the actual, and it starts climbing post-pandemic pretty readily. We're projected to exceed our current bed capacity at some point in fiscal year 2029. So that's somewhere between July of 2028 and June of 2029, about 3 to 4 years here. Again, for planning purposes, that's good to know. So if you're going to bring new beds online and you need new construction, you need some time to be able to plan for that and get those beds online.
A question on that, and perhaps I should have asked this yesterday when the commissioner, Sentencing Commission fellow was here, but looking at these projections, it seems to me there are two things that would suggest that we should be leveling off. One would be our population in Kansas doesn't seem to be growing, right? And I think I'm accurate in saying that demographically we're also getting older. Older people are less likely to commit crimes. So do you have any idea as to why the projection is for an increase?
Mr. Chairman, I don't, and I don't know if those factors with the population diminishing in Kansas and the age growing older, I don't know if that's part of the Sentencing Commission staff's equation.
Okay.
But that's a good point. That would impact it.
Yes, Representative Schlingensieben.
To follow up on that question, we receive inmates from other states?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, we do, and I think I've got a reference to it later, but I'll touch on it here. There's a national interstate compact agreement that I don't know if maybe not all states honor, but certainly most do. And so if someone's going to, a good example would be if someone's going to release from one of our facilities and maybe the best place for them to release to is Oklahoma. Their family's there, they have a job there, that's the best place for their success. Then we would reach out to Oklahoma. They would get all the information on this person. If they agree that they're willing to supervise that person in the community, then they would go there. So, and we reciprocate that. We'll have some come here from other states. Again, sometimes they're rejected and they won't supervise them in the community, or we won't supervise in the community. Probably more often than not, it's a reciprocating agreement.
We're not just receiving overflow from other states?
No, we're not. No, we're not. And that's true in our prisons too. There's reasons for exchange in prisons. For instance, if you have a law enforcement officer commit a serious offense, and it's usually that's pretty public. It's in the media quite a bit. You might not be able to house them in your state, and so again, a similar set of circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this question was partially mentioned yesterday, but not clearly answered. Has there been a quantifiable increase in prosecutions across the state, specifically in our more populated areas? Is that something that could be a factor here?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I don't know that. I would suspect the Sentencing Commission has that. They look at all that arrest data, conviction data, that type stuff. So I would imagine Director Schultz could probably provide that, but I don't have an idea.
One follow-up. I think what the committee here is trying to get to is we're seeing numbers, and the chairman pointed out, well, clearly the circumstances should not be leading to this. I think we would like to hear some kind of, well, heck, best guesses for all intents and purposes. Whatever we can come up with, there's got to be some kind of, you know, at least we know it's a multivariable equation to get to this. What are some of these variables?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so we'll reach out, if this works for the committee, we'll reach out to Director Schultz and see if we can put something together and respond back to the committee. This graph is our female population. And as you can see, if you look at that horizontal capacity line, we're getting pretty close to capacity with that female population. The current bed capacity at our facility in Topeka for women is 968. The Sentencing Commission projections are saying that sometime late in fiscal year 28 or the first half of 2029, we're going to need some more beds. That's April or May of 28, probably. We're about 2.5 years away. Later in the presentation, and back to my exchange with Senator Fausto, I'll talk about strategies to increase bed capacity in facilities for both our men and our women. This graphic, the committee's probably fairly familiar with. You saw it yesterday. I think Director Regier shared it with you. I think one of us is going to have to copyright that so the other quits using it. This really goes to the supervision of adults in Kansas communities. And as Randy pointed out yesterday, the judicial branch is on the left through court services, misdemeanor probation, low risk felony probation. And then you come over to the right, the executive branch. And I know those community corrections agencies aren't technically the executive branch, but they get a predominance of their funding from us in that grant process that I'll talk about a little bit later. And so community corrections, as Director Regier talked about, they fill that gap between that moderate or low risk person that court services is supervising to a little more high risk individual. Again, with an idea towards, as appropriate, trying to divert people from prison. And then we have a parole element for post-release supervision. We have that compact where another state may send us someone, or a felony probation, where again, that's part of that interstate compact. We'll talk a little bit about our supervision in the community with parole. Supervises individuals after they're released from our Kansas facilities. Also do that interstate compact when and where appropriate. We have 17 parole offices, and then we contract with Northwest Community Corrections to provide supervision out there. We have 153 parole staff. We supervise individuals according to risk level, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about risk level here, and maybe it'll come up when we talk about the funding formula for community corrections. It's important to put a level of risk to everyone that's on, not only in facilities, and we do that in facilities, but to do that on individuals who are out in the community. And I'll say, low risk doesn't mean no risk. You're just trying to assess and make your best judgment based on assessment tools and a history of someone, what level of attention they need from a supervising officer, what resources might be needed to place around them, not only to help that person be successful on that supervision, whether it's probation or whether it's parole or what have you, but more importantly, to mitigate the risk to the community and make sure that we're keeping community safety first and foremost. So when you go through the process and assign a level of risk, then that tells supervision officers how much time they need to spend with that, the frequency, and how much time they need to be spending with that individual, and maybe what resources need to be wrapped around that person towards success. So very important to have that.
Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary, as it relates to people out on parole, and as it relates to releasing people to another state where they might do better, as you stated. So it's been this gentleman for like the last 3 years reaching out to me and a few other colleagues, whereas he was released. He committed a crime here in Kansas, but he wasn't originally from Kansas, but he was released back to his state. Well, he's been on parole for 18 years. Okay, he's still on parole. And so my question is this. So even though this individual has reached back out to the state of Kansas and showed where he's been gainfully employed, he's now in the church, he's doing all these wonderful things that he can prove, and he's still on parole. So is there a process eventually that that person is interviewed again and released off of parole? Because, Mr. Chairman, what I find is that those individuals, it's still hard for them to find gainfully employment with that parole status on their book after that many years. And he's an older gentleman now, too. And so, any response to that? I guess the question is, does the parole board look back at those parolees and release them, or is it just lifetime parole?
And Mr. Chairman, Senator, couple things come to mind. I think we have a couple different scenarios. We have a portion of our population that's eligible for parole, and the parole board makes the decision when they're able to release. And Deputy Secretary Milner will correct me if I'm wrong here, and then we have a portion that have to serve a defined portion of their sentence of incarceration, and when they release, they have to serve a certain amount of time on parole. It's pretty well defined. Is that correct, Megan? Yeah. And there is a lifetime parole.
Mr. Chairman, and I won't belabor the issue, but because I've been on this committee for a long time, and Mr. Chairman, there are people that I know today, right in Wichita, Kansas. They've been on parole for 27 years. They're just still on parole, and they're doing great things in the district that I represent in Wichita. But they all see me places, Mr. Chairman, and they say, "When can I ever get off parole?" It's still on so I just don't know when that time. I understand the process of, you're released and you're on parole and you need to check back in, whether you're on parole or probation. But I'm just saying there's people that I've known for years and they're just still on parole. So I guess you said there is a lifetime parole. So I just don't understand how we can say that we want people to be gainfully employed, to be a successful person in society when they never get off parole, and people won't hire them. They have to take the jobs that nobody else wants, and they've been doing those jobs well for years. But I just think I understand probation, but I guess you're saying if you commit that crime, you're on parole for life. So then, Mr. Chairman, we should not be expecting people to do better if they can't ever do better with that stigma on their record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I just looked at a situation of a fellow who I believe was on parole for life, but there's an early discharge process where he can request the Prisoner Review Board to review that every so often. And in that particular case, he had asked for that, and they had denied it once or twice. And there was another request that he had recently made. And so there is a process by which, as I understand it, even those that have lifetime parole can be discharged early through the Prisoner Review Board. So we do have a system set up to look at those circumstances, like you're saying, and they do take into account what the parolee has been doing since he or she was released. And so that the Prisoner Review Board is the body that would be looking at those circumstances. Am I accurate?
I believe that's accurate, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that we're doing that is pretty effective, I believe, and innovative over maybe what some systems are doing is our case management model. We've moved to a model of coach versus referee. Historically, what we've done on community supervision is work with that person and just kind of wait for them to mess up, catch them messing up, hold them accountable. Maybe they come back to prison if it's serious enough, that type thing. And that's not helping that person be successful, and that's not contributing to public safety. So we've moved over the last few years to a more of a coaching model. And if you think about the difference between a referee and a coach, a referee will catch you breaking a rule, an offense, and they'll blow the whistle and they'll hold you accountable for that. And there's no time to say, hey, do you know what you did wrong? What would you do differently next time? How can we get you there? What that coach does, if you've ever had a coach, is if you're messing up, that coach will hold you accountable as well. But then there's some follow-up with that, an investment in you to say, look, you can't do this. Here's why. Do you understand that? What could we have done differently? What could you do the next time? And I believe it creates just having that approach creates a better dialogue and a better rapport with the people we supervise and encourages them to come along with us. It does not diminish the accountability. That accountability still needs to be there, but it's taking it a step further and providing some tools for change rather than just the accountability alone. Population supervised in the communities on this slide. Little bit greater from from FY 2021 to 2025, we're up about 3%. And this slide depicts offenses by grouping, similar to what I did with the prisons slide for both males and females, and similar to the offense grouping in facilities. There's a fairly significant disparity in percentages of sex offenders and drug offenses. When you look at the men on the left and you look at the sex against a person, go across the right, the women out in the community, and then just drop one line below in the drugs. Very similar to what we see with the prison population, not surprisingly. So some of the challenges with helping this population and for them as they come out of prison, jobs and housing. If I don't say it another time in this presentation, I'll have failed. That ability to release and obtain a good job that pays a decent wage where you can provide stable housing, transportation, and some services is key to folks coming out of prison. Those that have family and friends that are able to aid in that are the lucky ones. Those that don't, we've got to get them to where they can hold a job. So those challenges are ever present. Particularly, and I think Senator Owens talked about the behavioral health situation in the country over a few decades here. We're probably the single largest behavioral health provider in the state of Kansas. And that's probably true of most correctional systems throughout the country. And, we take that seriously. We do our best, but our facilities weren't designed. I'm going to talk a little bit later about our male behavioral health population. Our facilities weren't designed for it. It's just not very therapeutic for that most acute population. And then when those folks release, services out in the community, oftentimes, particularly if they're releasing to a more rural or frontier community, maybe those services aren't there. Hence, you'll see a lot of them not releasing to those areas because they have such an acute need and need to be closer to some of those services. So that good. Yes, sir. Sir.
Senator Falscado has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, not a question, a comment. Speaking of those that have jobs while they're incarcerated, and then when they are released, I just want to give Jennifer King a shout out, Mr. Chairman. So there was a family that contacted me from Wichita, and their daughter was being released from the Women's Correctional Facility here in Topeka. Well, believe it or not, she wanted to continue living in Topeka, although she's from Wichita, because she wanted to keep her job that she had here. And so Jennifer helped to make that happen, to find her housing until she got permanent housing. So that is a really good thing. So I give compliments and other part to Mr. Chairman. So thank you for that. It's really important of what you stated.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
And we have a question or comment from Senator
Yes, I do. I
Gossett.
have two questions. Thank you. The first one is on the slide that we had previously. You mentioned, or it's listed, the abscond status. We have 360 people. What's happening with that?
Well, a number of people just disappear on you. They don't want to be supervised, and so we have a team that works with the U.S. Marshal Service to locate them and bring them back in and hold them to account for that. You'll have people just go silent on you for a period of time and then reappear, and then you'll have those that just take off and maybe they move out of state. They just do not want to be supervised for a variety of reasons, or they're doing fairly well on supervision. An event happens and they start using drugs again or commit a crime, and they know they're going back to prison. So rather than go back to prison, they're going to take off.
So when you say that we are, we're working with federal sources, et cetera, is this 360 number anybody that have absconded anytime during the year? Maybe we found them, maybe we've reconnected, or are these people that are still in that status?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I don't believe that's people that are still in the status. That's just the number of absconders that we had in that year. We're on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Recovery Task Force, and we get a fair amount of those people back. We could research the number that we have out there today if that's helpful and report
I
that.
think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Betcha.
And my final question, Mr. Chair, is when we visited the women's prison, there were several women that were gone that were working, I believe at Russell Stover's at the time. And I think you and I spoke about it would be nice if there was some, because the bus ride there is so long, and then they work a while, and then the long bus ride back. We have M&M and we have other places that have we looked into them as a possibility of maybe being an alternate source or an additional place where they can go without these long bus rides?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, so that private industry program, and I'll talk about it a little more in depth later, but that private industry program that's off-site, there's some on-site and some off-site, is one of our best programs because it gets them some job skills and training, and we're willing to partner with anybody. So Kansas Correctional Industries oversees that program, and they're always looking for more partners. Sometimes there's a little bit of a stigma to hiring our population, and employers aren't willing to do that. During the pandemic, we were in pretty high demand. We had a lot of partners coming at us, more than we could meet the need for our demand. That has diminished a little bit since the pandemic has had, but we're willing. If you know somebody I'd be happy to do that. It is a long bus ride to Russell Stover, but it's been a really good program for us. I think we have about 90 women that work there today, and it's a good opportunity for them. And we've had women that have released from the facility that have continued to work for Russell Stover. So it's been a good partnership.
So I guess the answer is that the corrections does not reach out. We're waiting for them to reach out to corrections.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sir, no, that's not the case. They do reach out. They try to contact employers. When I get back in a little further in the presentation, we're looking to grow that program, and so he's constantly reaching out, trying to find more partners. We want to grow that program by about 25-30% in the next 18 months.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Vasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know who remembers this. Maybe I'm just been around here too long, but so there used to be a program. I don't know if it still exists. If staff could help me, let me know if it does. But it was a federal program that networked with the state, and then the state networked with the locals of different corporate industries that would get a tax break if they hired ex-offenders. And we would pay part of their salary. So those big corporations, because this young lady works for M&M as well. So do we still have that program where companies got a tax break if they hired ex-offenders? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I know there is a federal program out there, and at least one of our big private industry partners utilizes that. They get a tax incentive, and it's a work training type program, I believe. And I know that because I think that's one of the things that has stalled out during the federal shutdown. So it's impacting some of our private industry partners. So there is a program out there.
Senator Warren has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I believe there's a company in Leavenworth that's also probably involved in Pathway for Success, Zephyr Industries. Are you familiar with that? And I think you were part of the tour that a group of legislators was on recently. And could you talk just briefly about how that company, they reached out to the department? Because we're hearing that it's not the department goes and looks for partners, but it's waiting for partners. So is that kind of what happened with Zephyr Industries, and how, if you could just speak a little bit about the success that that program has had?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, a great question. So Zephyr Products has been a partner with Kansas Correctional Industries and Kansas Department of Corrections since the 1970s. And I'm not sure exactly how it got started, but the founder saw a need for people coming out of prison to have some job skills. He started up a company. They're within 3 or 4 miles of our facility in Lansing, have a pretty big industrial footprint there today. It's grown over the years to where I think Zephyr Products employs about 120 of our incarcerated residents, and it's manufacturing. They're doing welding and fabricating using state-of-the-art equipment. If you go see that, I know you did. It's pretty cool, the training and the work opportunities that our men that are working there receive. So they're a great partner, and our biggest partner in terms of the number of folks. And sometimes I would not characterize it as we're waiting. What helps us is, and I'll use Zephyr as an example. We were looking for some more private industry opportunities for our female population here in Topeka. We had very few opportunities, and we were looking for a partner. And sometimes it's just hard to get in the door to talk to somebody. It's corrections, and there's that stigma and all that. Well, the folks from the owners of Zephyr were at an event or somewhere, and Polo Custom Products was there. The leadership from there had a conversation. They introduced us to Polo. Now we have over 100 women at the Topeka Correctional Facility working for Polo Custom Products, and we're building a larger space so Polo can eventually double that workforce. And so sometimes it's word of mouth from our partners. We have a lot of great partners that will make that referral. And then I know Rich O'Donnell, our director for Kansas Correctional Industries, I know he's out, working the bushes trying to find more partners.
We'll appreciate that effort, and it's a good example of the private-public partnership, and I hope it continues to grow across the state. So thank you for highlighting some of those efforts, and hopefully brings more folks and businesses to the table. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Those jobs are the bedrock of the foundation, if you will, those jobs, when they get out, a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you said what that picture was, I missed it. Would you?
I think it's a grouping from some kind of a conference that they had of some of our partners and whatnot, just brainstorming. I believe that's what it is. Right, Megan? Close. Close. What was it, Megan? There you go. Family engagement. Let's come back to coordination. So a few items here. The Fraternal Order of Police is the entity, the collective bargaining unit that represents our staff and parole. We negotiated an updated MOA with them, great partnership, good negotiations. We're very, very pleased with that. We have a lot of community partnerships. We rely so much. The Department of Corrections can only do so much within our fences and resources on parole, and much like the community corrections folks. We need others to help us with that. My time warning, I'll move a little quicker. So let me just highlight one, is the Union Rescue Mission in Wichita, Kansas. I recently visited there, and they are just a tremendous partner for us. They've set aside a wing of the rescue mission. If you ever get a chance to go there, it's a phenomenal facility. They have a phenomenal program there, and I mean that. It is phenomenal. And they've set aside a wing of their facility for our people releasing from prison that would otherwise be homeless. And they'll provide the resources and the structure and the oversight and partner with us to help those folks be successful. Just really, really, really good stuff. We received an Innovations in Supervision Initiative grant through the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and we're working on data. We have a Parole Services Data Work Group, and that group's goal is to establish metrics tied to the department's mission that can be used to guide the work and the processes. Reestablished our parole interaction meetings with facilities. Every other month, we've got parole officers going into facilities to meet with some of their counterparts that they work with on really helping a warm handoff, if you will, and then some prep meetings with the population that's about to release, trying to get them in a Zoom or Teams meeting for 15 to 20 minutes with that person that's going to release in 30 to 45 days. They can meet their parole officer, have some conversations, get their anxiety down, and get the bugs worked out. Okay, community corrections. Next few slides will be about community corrections, the method for determining funds via grants from the state and KDOC. So the Community Corrections Act is from 1978, and it was used as a means for filling that space of supervision between what the judiciary are doing and incarceration, and diverting people as appropriate, considering safety concerns from prisons. And as you heard from Director Regier yesterday, they have to be safely placed on that probation. We're not going to risk that safety. We provide grant funding through the process to 31 judicial districts and local community corrections agencies, about 31 million in state general funds, and about another 1.4 million are derived from court fee fund that go towards community corrections. And then the statute calls for KDOC to establish a process for distribution of those funds. I'll move fairly quickly through this. So there also in that statute calls for establishment of a community corrections advisory committee to meet with the secretary, talk about things they see, ideas they have to improve processes, make things better out there in the community. There's 6 members on that committee. They represent judicial districts. 4 represent judicial districts from each geographical reason, and then there's 2 appointed at large by the secretary. About 16 months ago, they came to us and said, hey, this distribution of funds, it's confusing. We're not sure it's equitable. And I'd been hearing that for some time in my time here. It's been that way. It's been that concern for some time. They said, look, could we ask that we would revisit this, take a look at it? So we agreed to do that. look at how we distribute the funds. We've worked collectively in that time with that advisory committee and directors from all the 31 judicial districts, gathering their input, their ideas, and trying to distill down a process. And the objective of all that was to establish a funding model that was transparent, that was equitable, aligns with the statute. And we wanted it to be data-driven with data outcomes. So here's some of the formula behind that methodology. There's 8 elements. The largest element, and they're all weighted, 60% of the funding in the revised formula, contemplated formula, is caseloads, considering those risk levels that I talked about, assessing the risk, because the higher the risk, the more resources are needed. And then the remaining 40% of the funding formula is weighted, split upon the 7 others, and that is poverty rate, case filings, KBI crime index, the district population, square miles of the district, success rate, and staff turnover. So an objective criteria that makes some sense. So in September, we notified agency directors of our intent to implement the revised formula in FY 2027, beginning in January 2026, if you will. Shortly thereafter, we heard from some directors and other stakeholders their concerns about implementation, and the concerns centered mostly upon reductions in funding. There were some significant reductions contemplated for some agencies. Transparency and equity concerns were also expressed. So after talking to everybody, we determined we needed to pause it. We've got to have buy-in and confidence in the process going forward. We want that to the greatest extent possible. If not, that's not good for the state. So we've paused the process. And with some feedback from some of the directors, we're going to identify an independent third party from outside the state. There's some national groups that do this work. We're already reaching out to try to identify a party that can do that, who can lead a work group to look at the statute, look at the funding formula, look at what's best practice, try to identify, make recommendations for a funding formula that, again, is transparent, equitable, complies with statute. And then while the hood is up, there's probably some work to be done in that statute. There's some portions of it that aren't clear. It's never been clear. Nobody's around that understands what it means, and it's confusing and just creates some constant tension there. So it might be a good time to modernize the statute as well. So we're going to engage a party. We'll get a work group and we'll work on that.
Senator Owens has a question about that.
No, thank you. More just truly express my gratitude. You know, the secretary and Jennifer King, Megan Milner, and others have made multiple trips to Wichita to discuss various issues. This is a great example of the legislative branch working with the executive branch to address city and county specific concerns and finding at least a temporary solution to them, because it would have been, had this happen, somewhere around a 38% cut to community corrections in Sedgwick County, and would have resulted in a significantly higher prison population because their hands would have been tied and that would have been their only option. So I just wanted to express my gratitude to you and your team. You're always so incredibly willing to work on these issues when we raise them, and I just can't express that enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's a little bit about education and employment programming. I'll just touch on it because I know I've got to move.
Before you go on, we
Yes,
have
sir.
another question.
Sir.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Community Corrections yesterday presented that they were going to have a $728,000 enhancement request. And I was just curious, is that going to be included in the ks.gov enhancement requests? Because we did spend Monday with the House Select Committee of Government Oversight going over the process of the ks.gov Community Corrections grant funding formula. And looking at the way that the funds were going to be redistributed, there were 3 that really stood out to me that are severely underfunded. They would have seen above 50% increases, and that totals about $525,000 that would have gone to those 3 judicial districts. And so I'm curious if that that funding increase is included, and is that something we could use to immediately address those judicial districts that, in my opinion, stand out as severely underfunded compared to the others under this pause? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think, appreciate the question. The overall request from Community Corrections is a little bit more than that 700. I think that's a portion of it. And then I think they have about a 1.4, so it's about a 2.1, 2.2 million, I believe, overall. And that, I might not have that quite right. And I'm trying to remember what their ask. It was for some behavioral health funding. I know that was a portion of it.
The 728,000 was for caseloads for pay, FTE, and then you're right, there was an additional like 1.1 or 1.2 million for behavioral.
For behavioral health.
Yes.
And so there might be a way to work with them to configure some of that if it's funded. It was in our original budget request submission to the governor. We'll see where we get come January, what makes it through the process, but it wasn't our original request. And if there's a way to use some of that or identify some other funding, we can do that. Because there are some that it appears are underfunded. And I'll say this, if you have the funding, the resources will get built up over time. We've kind of see that with the evidence-based fund over time. And those behavioral health resources, those services being out there are so important to those people being successful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
5. So a little bit about education and employment. You don't have a job, you're probably coming back to prison if you're not able to hold that job, unless you've got some really good support around you. We've really placing a greater emphasis on education with the return of Pell eligibility for people who are incarcerated. It's really opened up the doors. And if you look at so we have 40 programs with industry recognized certifications and degrees. Some of those are stackable. If you look at the number of enrollments on the slide from 2001 through 2020 and compare that to the bullet below from 2021 to 2024, you can see it's just really opened up and become quite robust. We're excited about those possibilities over time. Again, here's the enrollment. We're averaging we were averaging 375 students and 37 degrees or certifications each year in 2001 through 2020. And the 4 years since that post-secondary education and the Pell came back, we're averaging, we have enrolled 2,714 and have almost 1,100 degrees and certificates. Again, 679 students enrolled and 274 degree certificates each year. So we're pretty excited about that. Again, education paired with job force training is really where we're spending a lot of focus on. We have 11 post-secondary education partners. We have a higher ed partner at every one of our correctional facilities, both adult and juvenile, 40 credit eligible certifications. There's some bullets on the slide, some of what those are, to include a new CDL driving program and putting an apprenticeship to some of our welding programs. We've had a number of welding programs, but we're bringing in an apprenticeship to that. And you can see the success in that highlighted at the bottom when someone gets a GED or high school diploma and then they hold a correctional industries job, what the difference that can make in their success. Okay, Kansas Correctional Industries. One of the best things we do, work training opportunities, benefits of the program are those job skills. They learn how to be in a workplace and interact with coworkers, resolve issues. They can pay their fines, their fees, their restitution. They have a forced savings account. They're taxpayers while they're working in the private industry program. It allows them to release without that heavy burden of all that debt on top of them. We have 36 private industry partners, both on-site and off, over 1,000 private industry work opportunities. And you see some of that. We also have a traditional industries program with about 200 people involved, and you see some of the programs there. As I mentioned earlier, we're getting pretty aggressive about growing that program. We want to see it grow by at least 25, 30% in the next 16 months. So we're constructing 4 buildings. Kansas Correctional Industries is paying for those. They don't count them out of state general fund. We've built one at our Lansing facility. One's underway at Topeka. One is underway at Winfield, and one will begin in the spring at our facility in Larned. We anticipate growing that facility by about 30% in the jobs. One of the things, I put this slide up here about our wild horse and burro program. We've had it for over 2 decades, and people love our dog, cat, horse programs. I do too. Bureau of Land Management manages this for the federal government. They have programs throughout the country. And so we're not sure what's going on, but it appears there might be something going on to maybe scale back the program. Recently, the Colorado Department of Corrections, Bureau of Land Management entered their partnership with them. When we went to renew our contract, we didn't get a full renewal. We just got a bridge contract that I think expires at the end of February. So we don't know exactly what that means at this point. We'd like to keep the horse program. We think it's a great partnership, provides value. We'll keep you updated if once we know whether it's staying or on the off chance it has to leave. Okay. We got some real challenges with contraband, and I hope I can illustrate this for you. Drugs and authorized cell phones in our facilities, not only our facilities, but nationally, are impacting correctional agencies really like nothing else. It's far worse than it's ever been. People that are introducing contraband cell phones and drugs into facilities have gotten very sophisticated. It's highly profitable. It really is difficult. So, and it presents great challenges, not only the drug use, but most of the violence that occurs in our correctional facilities. You could tie it right back to who's going to control the market for the drugs, or the collection of debt, or other services related to that. It makes it difficult to influence the population towards change if they're getting high or if they fear for their lives. And it also impacts our staff in a very negative way. When they find someone who has, oftentimes they'll use some drugs and overdose, and they're found semi-coherent, staff have to respond to that. And 2 things: if there's still, the preferred method of ingesting the drugs is smoking. If there's still smoke in the cell, they're exposed to that. And we've had some staff fall out from some after effects from that, whether it be headaches, nausea, whatever. And then there's just the trauma of repeatedly in a week or months period of time having to respond to someone that's maybe an inch away from death. And it takes a toll on people. And I've watched our staff respond. I was at our facility in Hutchinson one day, and I watched our staff respond, and our medical provider staff respond. And it's nothing short of amazing and courageous what they do. They responded just as they would someone of their own. They were running to get to that person and provide aid to them. Sometimes it's CPR. So oftentimes they bring them back, and occasionally they don't. So it has a big impact in our facilities. And how the cell phones tie into that, that's where all the business is being done, because we can't monitor it. If they're on the landline phones that they have access for, or the tablets that they can communicate on, we can monitor that fairly effectively. They know that, so they smuggle in cell phones. And if you look at the image on the screen, you see a regular sized cell phone, and then you see this. This is a cell phone that you can buy on Amazon for $22. You have to have it you have to get a plan and get it activated. And it doesn't have the horsepower of a bigger phone where your internet, but you can talk on this, you can text on this, $22. And that's all the bigger it is. It's less than 1 inch wide and less than 3 inches long. That's what we're up against. And that's where they do all their business. It's hard to combat them when they're dealing in such ways. So I'll keep this thing moving. Methods of introduction. Individuals bring it in on their person.
Well, we have a question from Representative Schlingensieben.
Briefly, and I don't expect you to spend any time on this, but maybe I could get some information on it at some point. My denomination, the United Church of Christ, was instrumental in helping to pass the Martha Wright Reed Act, which was designed to reduce the inflationary rates that providers charge to inmates for audio and video calls. I understand the FCC has recently delayed implementation of the act until I think like April of 2027 due to concerns by local law enforcement and smaller correctional institutions. Could you at some point help me understand, not today, what's involved in those objections and how maybe we are preparing for implementation in April? Thank you. And the reason I raise that also is because I know that inmates are, through the jobs that they get, are trying to save money so that when they get out of incarceration, they're able to afford some housing or at least get an initial start until they get work and that sort of thing. And with rates being what they are, they're ridiculous. That kind of taps into those resources. So my question is simply, if you could at some point in time give me some information to help me understand what's driving those rates. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, Representative, will certainly do that. So on person, that could be anywhere from contractors who come into the facility, visitors. We've had staff, and you'll see why someone might be willing to introduce contraband and run the risk of being caught with it. Deliveries, have a Cisco food delivery truck comes in. It's a tractor trailer truck. It might have 20 cases of lettuce and 30 cases of carrots and whatnot, and hidden in one of those cases is drugs because somebody working at the Cisco warehouse is communicating with someone. So it could be we've had experiences where someone takes an Amazon box, probably everybody has an Amazon box at home, and somebody's taken an Amazon box, slapped a label on it to make it look like it's coming from Amazon, and it makes its way to our warehouse. So it's very, very sophisticated. So deliveries, mail. A few years back, you funded some staff and some resources to help us with the copying of mail, and that has reduced the amount of drugs coming in through the mail significantly. Not 100%, but significantly. And then wall or fence throws, if you look at the image there, that's at the wall or on the rec yard at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. There's a public street that runs right on the other side of that wall adjacent to it. And we have a similar situation at Lansing where the public street comes right up to the fence line. We have people on camera who've jumped out of their car, thrown contraband over the wall in a packet for someone on the inside to retrieve it. And then drone drops, and that's becoming more and more prevalent nationally. We have not seen a lot of documented drone drops here in Kansas yet. We have had some. Anticipate that to grow. And drone drops, one of the aspects of drone drops was a few months back, Georgia had a drone drop where a weapon, a firearm with ammunition was dropped inside the facility, and I believe a staff member was murdered with that. So that's a huge concern. Getting more and more sophisticated. We'll see where it goes. So if you know nothing else about the introduction of drugs in our facilities, it's a criminal enterprise. It's not only in our facilities, it branches out into the community. So the image on the slide, and I'll hold it up here, this is an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And I put postage stamps on it because the method of marketing the drugs predominantly is they'll soak the paper. It's typically K2. Sometimes it's got a layer of PCP layered over it. Sometimes it's got fentanyl, but almost always K2, and it's a liquid form, and it gets sprayed on it. It gets sprayed on outside the facility, or somehow the liquid makes it in. They get it on paper, then they cut a postage stamp size piece of the paper. That's one of the measures of the marketing, and sell it. There's 88 stamps on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. They're not in a stamp form, but it's a piece of paper. $35 a stamp is the going rate. There's 49 hits or doses on each stamp. It's the size of a grain of rice. If they smoke it, it'll get them high. Now, it might not last as long as if you do 2 or 3, but you can get high on a grain of rice piece of paper is what the population tells us. So it costs about $125 to soak this page. Don't know what it costs to introduce it into the facility. You got to pay somebody. And it's $3,080 doing the math. That's a pretty high markup. There's a great incentive to introduce drugs in our facilities. It's a criminal enterprise. So it makes it difficult. And again, it's not just Kansas. I talked to my peers. It is a national thing. So what are we doing combating the issue? So enhanced intelligence gathering. The very best way is to try to learn that something's coming. There's an attempt to bring something into the facility before it makes it there. It's always harder to find it once it's in than to try to thwart it from coming in. So I won't get into detail some of the tools that we're using to enhance our intelligence, but we're using some AI to help us with that. We're using technology. We're limiting paper copying and copying that mail to limit the amount of paper. That is the preferred method of transferring the drugs, is on paper. It's easy to conceal, and that's how they're liking to do it. Need to disable those unauthorized cell phones so they can quit doing business. If I could only do one thing, I'd do that, because once that gets shut down, that forces them to communicate and plan with entities on the outside in a manner that we can better monitor. The FCC, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What are you doing, or what do you think we could do, or law enforcement could do to shut that down on the cell phones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do work with our law enforcement partners. When we know there's folks out in the community that are involved with it, we're going to them, investigating it, getting a good case to take to prosecutors. I think we have some stuff coming down the road in that with regard to a number of players involved in it. So we work with them. I think a couple things that are coming, and I'll get to it in the RFP, but one thing. So the Federal Communication Commission is considering allowing cell phone jamming in prisons, and that it's got to be done in a very specific manner so you don't get bleed over. And like I mentioned, Hutchinson, there's a public street there. You don't want to jam cell phones on the public street. That will be a big step in the right direction, because that's not really been allowed heretofore. So jamming cell phones will be big. I think, the problem with K2 is dogs can't detect it because they change the formulary on it all the time. So really, and in the RFPs, we're gonna get some body scanners. Start with our 3 high custody facilities, similar to that they have at TSA. So if you come in, you've got a piece of paper on you or something, that's going to get identified. People put stuff in body cavities to conceal it so they can smuggle it in, because there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money behind it. So down the road, we might invest in drone technology, detection technology. The problem with all of it is it's very expensive. It is very expensive. I'm hoping that technology will bring the price down. Now we're trying to maintain order and safety in our facilities. So that's a paramount. And then the safety of our staff and our resident population. So you got to expect to spend some money, but I've heard we looked at a drone. It's been almost a year ago, a drone presentation, and the price we were quoted was about $1 million a facility annually. So it's expensive. It's expensive, and it doesn't intercept the drone. It just lets you know there's a drone in the area and kind of tells you where it's at. I also think that the FAA is probably going to get to a point where the Federal Aviation Administration is going to get to a point where they'll allow corrections agencies to intercept the drone, to take it down, if you will. I think that'll come down the road. So the technology's there. It's super expensive. I'm hoping this jamming comes, because we'll try to find a way to do that jamming. Because again, if we did that it stops a lot of the coordination, or it doesn't stop, but it greatly diminishes a lot of that coordination. If we can combat it, more opportunities. We need more opportunities for the population to be actively engaged. That idleness. When I walk facilities and talk to our population about, you know how bad this stuff is for you. Why do you use it? Say, there's just not enough to do. I sit here and they just want to block out the prison experience. And I'm not making excuses for them, but that's why we're wanting to grow the industries program, have more programs, more opportunities. That idleness coupled with that addiction just creates a greater demand for the drugs. We need to damp that down. So a lot of emphasis there. I think I have a couple more before the break, Mr. Chairman. I try to move through it. I think Mr. Regier referenced the Athena project. It's our offender management system. We've been working on it for about 5 years now. We brought Athena 1 up about 3 years ago. We just brought the last part of it, the bigger portion of it, online here in the last month. The older offender management information system, or OMIS, was originally brought up and online in 1978. Part of it was DOS. There's nobody that works on DOS anymore. So we had to get away from that. We're excited about Athena. It's got some glitches. We're working that out. But once we get it up, stabilized and operational, we're excited about that. New uniforms, thank you. Last year, you authorized funding for us to upgrade our uniforms for our staff. And if you've ever been in a uniform, served in that group, it's important to staff that they have a professional looking uniform that fits well, is comfortable, and of good quality. And that's what that funding has allowed us to do. We've upgraded all that, and it's going to provide a more professional appearance for our staff. They'll feel better about it. It'll help us with retention and just the overall culture. And thank you for supporting that funding. Victim information and notification every day, or the VINE network. So this VINE's been around for quite a while, and that it's a software that helps notify victims electronically. The AG's office just entered into a contract for this just a month or two back, and they're going to allow us to explore piggybacking on that. We have a pretty robust victims services group, very passionate, very committed to it, but the notifications we do today are mostly via letter. There's a delay in getting those to people, and there's some phone calls. And it's just, there's a lot. It's 20-some thousand letters in a year that go out. So what we would get if we move to VINE, if we're able to move to VINE, as you can see, there are some tremendous benefits to victims and other folks from having an electronic system. It'll be quicker, it'll be more reliable, and it's important for those victims that they be notified in a timely manner, and we provide good service to them.
Let me interrupt Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got to take a little credit. That was actually legislation I introduced years ago. A USD 259 educator, school teacher in my district was the perpetrator who had killed her son was released, and near the school where she worked in Wichita and her home. And so just honored to hear that program is really helping those victims. So the question though, because I had Attorney General Derek Smith was still in office and helped with that as well. So you notify the victims by letter, and is there a time manner that's in that letter? And then is that letter to their employment and to their house? Where are we looking at? Because they might run into the victim or the perpetrator anywhere at the grocery store. How exactly does that work? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, great questions. So when an individual is convicted of a crime, a felony, and they're coming to prison, there's an automatic enrollment of victims in the system and a notification comes to us. That's done at the county level. They provide us the name and the address, and that comes to us. And then when that person that's incarcerated with us, there's 3 or 4 different instances when the notification will go out to victim. And it's really just notifying them that there's been an event. So if that person is going to see the prisoner review board, that victim is notified, so they might have an opportunity to come and provide testimony. Number 2, if that person is about to be released from a facility, they'll get notice of that the person's releasing. If the person becomes minimum custody, they'll get notification of that. If they pass away in our custody, they'll get notification of that. And normally that's also a phone call, because sometimes the death will make its way into the media, and we don't want the victims finding out about that in the media. So that's the manner of it. It's a pretty standardized form. It includes reach back out to victim services staff, and they'll provide a greater level of detail. And we have very passionate staff that work in victim services. I appreciate them.
Why don't we take a break at this point? We'll take 10 minutes, so we'll be back here at 11. All right, we're going to start again, and Representative Carmichael has a question to start us off.
Whoops, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, early on in your presentation, you described a satellite facility of the Winfield location that you said was in Wichita. Was that a reference to the Work Release Center, or is there another prison in Wichita that I haven't found? Thank you. Thank you.
And also, we want to thank Senator Warren for treating everybody to some candy. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the secretary goes on to his next presentation, I've been meaning to ask, when you mentioned Hutchinson Correctional Facility, did they ever get the mold issue fixed there? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I'm going to talk quite extensively, I think, about Hutchinson towards the end. Hutchinson is an old facility. There's mold there, but I don't believe we have any toxic mold there. I'm not aware of any toxic mold, but occasionally there's mold. It's hard to keep up things at that facility. Well, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So we're going to talk a little bit about some stuff at the Topeka Correctional Facility. That's our women's facility here in town. We're in design right now. You provided funding for new support services building at Topeka. That support services building will include the medical element, the behavioral health, and visiting. The facilities that we have today at Topeka that provide the medical behavioral health services were designed to serve the population when we had roughly half the number of women there. They're just not adequate. They don't provide the services. So you provided the funding for a new building there. That's under design now. That design should be completed by the end of the calendar year, go out for bid the first part of 2026, and I believe we'll be breaking ground on that new facility by the spring or summer, and we're excited about that. That'll provide a much better space and expand the services available to our female population there. A little bit about the nursery that we're working on at Topeka Correctional Facility. There's a few systems throughout the country that have a nursery in their system for women who come into the system carrying a child and give birth while incarcerated. Two that come to mind are Nebraska and Missouri. So we've got some community partners that we've been working with, and we've reached out to our neighboring corrections agencies to determine what's the best path forward for Kansas. I think there's pretty good consensus. We want to have a nursery to keep babies with their mothers. If they're born, if the mother comes to us carrying the child, has the child while she's with us, if the circumstances are right, we want her to be able to stay with that child for a period of time to allow for that nurturing and bonding. So, some of the parameters around it. The resident has to have a parole eligibility or a release date within 18 months of the infant's birth. We really don't want to keep an infant or a toddler beyond 18 months. That's kind of what we've seen nationally. Now, we can make an exception for that if it's 19 months or something like that, but we don't want to have 2-year-olds, maybe 3-year-olds in our prison. That creates a whole nother issue for us. The resident's going to have to be the primary caregiver for the child following her release from incarceration. She can't be serving a sentence for death or life without the possibility of parole. Can't have a conviction that's a offense against a child, and I won't cover that too in depth. But if she meets the criteria, can be in the program, going to have the child while she's with us, then she'll be enrolled and attend a birthing class, some self-care motivational class, infant CPR and first aid, child development class, and then there will be a postpartum class. We have identified a portion of the facility today where we think is a really good spot to have a nursery. Initially, it'll be about 4 to 6 beds. We may move to a more permanent location once that support services building comes online here in the next 3 years, but we'll get 4 to 6 beds up and going now. We don't need any additional funding at this time. We've engaged with a local architectural firm. We need to do just some slight renovations to that area to make it right for a nursery. I think we'll have that work done and have that nursery up and running by late spring or early summer, maybe even sooner. And then I've got some data on the slides that shows the number of babies that have been delivered to women over the last few years while they were with us.
Yes, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Secretary. Just a quick comment about the Topeka Correctional Facility and the nursing facility. I know that was a big emphasis and a big project that Senator O'Shea had been working on. So I'm glad to see that the project, it looks like, has come to fruition and is having some success to help our the population there who would need that. So thank you for continuing to work on that, and to the former senator as well.
Yes, thank you to her. Thank you, Senator. You may recall a few years back, you provided funding to renovate a dormant housing unit over at the Lansing Correctional Facility. It's over what they call up on the hill, and the old east unit up there. There was a unit when that was closed and we moved into the new facility. There was a unit that had been built there in the 80s, and it was salvageable to use the housing unit. Back at the time, back in 2020, we needed beds. As I talked earlier, we had 10,100 people, and we needed some beds. So we looked and said, well, we could probably renovate this unit. And then we thought, well, we also don't have enough capacity to deliver substance use programming to our population. So you provided funding, the legislature provided funding for us to renovate that unit, and 200 beds for the use for the purposes of substance use programming prior to people releasing. It's a minimum custody facility, very low custody facility. So we opened, had a ribbon cutting on that just about a year ago. We're just past a year, and we're excited to get that up and going. What I'm reporting out to you today is we've added another element to that. We've incorporated a work release component there as well. We've always had the work release in Wichita. That's about 250 beds. It's been there for decades. I couldn't tell you when it was established. But we need a couple more, but at least one more work release component, something on the eastern side of the state so people can be housed and get a job a little bit closer to home. So we're gearing up. We've got some of the population there on a work release, out working in the community, coming back at the end of the day, and we're just going to grow that within that population over time. I mentioned earlier our behavioral health is probably our most challenging population is our behavioral health folks. We have we have an acute program both in our women's side and our men's side. We're addressing the environment for the women with this new support building. I'm grateful for that, but we need to do something with our men. And short of building a new facility, looked around. Today we have our acute and our step down program at the El Dorado Correctional Facility, and it's just not a good environment. It really was designed for hardened cells and lockdown, a lot of noise. That steel and concrete noise just echoes, and that's not good for someone that is experiencing issues. It's just not very therapeutic. So we looked around. We have a unit at El Dorado that has smaller pod sizes or smaller tiers, smaller numbers, smaller in physical design, which we believe will bring down the noise. You have fewer bodies on the tier. It'll be more therapeutic. So the images you see on the slide are we're going back through that unit, repainting, making some modifications to allow for the needs of the behavioral health population. And I believe the first part of December we'll relocate them. And I believe that'll be a big boost we'll see good outcomes from having relocated them from where they're at to there. I've referenced at least once request for proposals. I think I've got 4 or 5 in here I want to go through fairly quickly with you. They're fairly significant. So we have a request for proposals for our tablets that we allow our residents to use. So our provider for tablets is required by the contract to provide an electronic tablet for use for every resident at no cost to the resident, no cost to the department for them to use. And they can use that for their banking. They can use that for communications with their families, kind of like texting, if you will. They use it to access some policy information. They use it for some books, some entertainment value, some educational programming, and they can do all that from their cell. We have Wi-Fi installed, and so they don't have to go to a destination to be engaged with something productive. So we have an RFP that the bids closed October 21st. We'll have a vendor selected here in the near future, and that'll be a big deal for our population. We talked about our medical contract, our single biggest contract in the agency. That the current renewal on that comes to an end, close on June 30th of 2026. The RFP for that was released just this week, and it'll take a few months to work through that, get the proposals. We'll do tours with the vendors and get that in place. So we're excited about that. We have a request for proposal for some education, specifically some contracts that will include an increased focus on GED prep, instruction and testing, as well as the use of in-person, tablet-based, and hybrid instruction, and again, to increase access and successful completion of programming. So we'll have that RFP out in December. I referenced earlier body and package scanners. I'm not sure I talked about package scanners, but we'll have an RFP for package scanners as well. We want, particularly at those 3 high custody facilities where we have most of the issues with the contraband, we're going to purchase some high-tech bodies. Our intent is to purchase high-tech body scanners and package scanners, similar to what you would encounter when you're going through TSA at an airport, and install those at the entrance points, again, to thwart that introduction of contraband. A little bit about our major capital programs. We have a 5-year capital improvement plan that most agencies submit, those that have buildings. The major projects are, we want to establish a work release outside the fences at the Topeka Correctional Facility. Today, there's about 23 women that are in a work release component. So work release is you go out in the community during the day, work, and return at night. There's about 23 that go from inside the fences. That's not a good process. They're in and out. They're out in the community, access to a lot of stuff. And it's just problematic bringing them in and out of the secure facility. We have a building that is adjacent to the south perimeter of the facility there that would be easier to renovate than building a new building, be less expensive. We could get it up to speed quicker. And if you reflect back upon those population projections, we're going to need female beds before we need beds for our men. So this would allow us to get some beds in the pipeline fairly quickly, and it'd be the right type of beds. Those work release beds are the best beds we have in the system. Again, that person's out in the community, establishing, reacclimating, if you will, earning money that pays their fines, fees, restitution, a forced savings account, pays their child support, all those good things. So work release, about 80 beds is what we project we would gain there. Hutchinson Correctional Facility, I'm going to talk about that at the end here. Then we're going to have a proposal to design 2 200-bed units for the Topeka Correctional Facility, again for our women, and potentially build one. I don't believe that'll be in the budget request this year, but it's in our plan. Again, I think we're going to need more beds. We'll pick up a few beds with that support services building because I think it'll add some infirmary and behavioral health beds, so a few beds there. If the work release comes about, we add a few beds there. Maybe we add 90 to 95 beds total. You add that on to what we need. We'll need some more beds down the road. And then 400 beds, design 400 beds and potentially build some of those at the Winfield Correctional Facility. A portion of the Hutchinson proposal is to add 400 beds when we rebuild that facility, because we're going to need some beds, at least if the projections are true, and I believe they will be, unless something changes. So if we don't rebuild Hutchinson, we're going to need to build some beds somewhere. Winfield is our next best spot because Winfield is able to staff it. One of our considerations going forward, whether it's this year, 5 years from now, is when we build more beds, if there's a need arises to build more beds, we have to first and foremost consider, are we going to be able to staff it if we place it in this community? And Winfield today has a 1% vacancy rate in their uniform staff positions. For whatever reason, those smaller communities and the community of Winfield that are in that area are able to support it. So if we have to build some beds other than Hutchinson, that would be the place I would recommend doing it. You would not want to build it at Norton. You would not want to build it at Larned. I don't believe we could staff additional beds there. And if we aren't able to staff it, that's not a good situation. And then finally, raise or demolish a portion of the old Max at Lansing. There's portions of that facility that are sitting there dormant. There's the Lansing Historical Society is utilizing part of that for tours and events. We have an MOA with them. We want to maintain that, but they're using about a third of that old facility. The rest is just sitting there, and we're going to have to do something with that at some point because it's going to fall in on itself. Meanwhile, rodents, other pests, what have you, we need to do something there. If we raise that structure, there's a warehouse that adjoins that. It's built into the wall. We would need to build a new warehouse. And then finally, at some point, we'd like to get a vocational building at our juvenile facility here in Topeka. This is a snapshot. We receive about 4.3 million annually for maintenance and repair projects, and we receive those through the Correctional Institutions Building Fund, and the funding is transferred out of the State Gaming Revenue Fund. So we get 4.3 million out of the State Gaming Revenues Fund, and have for 20 some years. It comes to the state, the Correctional Institutions Buildings Fund. It gives us about $4.3 million for renovations and repairs. We have some aging facilities, and I wish I'd have brought the number of square feet we have in all of our buildings, but it's tremendous. So that 4.3 million really hasn't kept up, and I've had requests in the past budget years to increase that. Just hasn't kept up even with the cost of inflation. It's been that for 20 some years. Well, the last 2 years, the legislature has funded an additional $4 million for us to use for renovation and repair on top of that 4.3. So thank you for that. These projects that you see listed on this slide are not how we've used our normal funding. There's a slew of projects associated with that 4.3. This is what we targeted that additional $4 million for. And you can see they're very important projects, from 2 or 3 roofing projects, replacing the fence alarm at a high custody facility at El Dorado, a water line replacement in Norton. Norton's water lines, seems like they go down 2 or 3 times. The main water lines go down 2 or 3 times a year, and it just brings the facility to a shutdown. You don't have drinking water, can't do laundry, can't flush toilets if you don't have water. So getting those lines repaired will be critical to that operation. And so we're very appreciative of the additional funding, and I just want you to know it's going to good use. We have a backlog of projects, and it's much appreciated. Okay. Talk about sex offender management. So we have a policy on it, and that's listed here on this slide. Sex offender program, management and supervision. And that policy addresses this. We look to try to determine if somebody is to be managed as a sex offender, do they have a current sex offense conviction or a past sex crime conviction? Do they have a journal entry, current or past, for a sexually motivated indicator? Past adjudication for a sex crime as a juvenile?
Can I stop you there and ask that what that means? A sexually motivated indicator?
So you able to help me with that? We'll pull that out. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. past adjudication for sex crime as a juvenile, municipal ordinances as sex crimes, or sexual behavior while incarcerated. So we'll identify that person. They'll come through our receiving and diagnostic unit. Staff will look at their history and determine, should this person be managed as a sex offender? If they do, then they'll flag that individual in the system. If they're what that flag means is at some point, may need an assessment to determine, may or may not need an assessment to determine, and I'll talk a little bit about sexual predator designation. Or do they need an assessment to determine if they need to go into sex offender programming? It also places a flag on them that that they're not to be moved to a minimum custody facility outside the fences. If they think that they're going to be a sexual predator, that they will remain at a higher custody facility, at least a low medium. People that are managed as sex offenders are not eligible for program credit. So you can receive, if you complete programs, there's good time that can reduce your time with us, and then there's program credit that you can earn if you complete a specific program. They are not eligible to earn a program credit. If they're designated as a sex offender and being managed as such, they have to complete sex offender program before they'll get credit for any other time reduction credit for any other program. Once they complete the sex offender program, then they can be eligible and it can be applied to their sentence. So waiting list for sex offender programming. I think we'll get to, we've got, I have it here, maybe it's on the next slide. Our percentage of people, sex offenders that are in the system, I think we've got 35% of our population. Our adult population are sex offenders. That's a pretty high chunk. There's a lot of that. Out in the community on parole, it's about 33%, so not all that much different. And then another component to this is, so you're designated as a sex offender, maybe you aren't being flagged as a sexually violent predator. And we use a classification system to manage our population. No matter what the crime, we use a classification system, and I'll explain it briefly. When you come into the system, and in that reception and diagnostic unit, an assessment is done on you, and it's everything from your health to your education background to your criminogenic features, what crimes you've committed, what your background is. And then based primarily on the crime you've committed and the length of time you have to spend with us, you'll get an initial classification. And our classifications are low or medium, minimum custody. Then you move up to a low, medium custody, or max custody. So max is the most severe. That's for people who are deemed to be dangerous, got a lot of time to serve, whatnot, and then so on and so forth. As you progress through the system, as you're in the system, and you do more time, and assuming you're so now at some point institutional behavior becomes part of the equation. So the longer you're in the system, now we're also looking at your behavior, and you're getting closer, you're shortening up the time and getting a little bit closer to a proximity of release date. As those things happen, some points in the classification system will drop off. And so you may no longer be max, you may drop to a medium or maybe even a low medium. So kind of the misconception is all the people in for murder are in max custody. That's not the case. Max custody is reserved. There are people in there in max custody for murder, but a max custody, a murderer could be at medium custody facility today. If that person's going to get out in a couple years, they'll eventually make their way to minimum custody because they're releasing, and we're trying to get them prepared for that release. So assuming you're doing all the right things, you're going to move down in custody. The exception to that would be somebody that under the sentence of death, maybe life without the possibility of parole. And then that designation for sexual predator will keep you at least a low, medium, or higher custody level. So let's talk about the Sexual Predator Commitment Act. This graph kind of follows a chart that if they're to be considered, it falls off to the left, and if they're not, it falls off to the right. So if they meet the criteria of a sexually violent predator in accordance with the KSA, they're charged with or convicted of a sexually violent offense and diagnosed with a mental abnormality or personality disorder, then those meeting the criteria are flagged at admission during screening. We'll say, look, 2 years, what we're doing today is 2 years from release, they have to go through the process to determine if they are going to be deemed a sexual predator. 2 years of release, they get screened. There's a report that's done, and then if our staff, a multidisciplinary team, clinicians evaluation determines that they are, then a referral is made to the Attorney General. The Attorney General runs the program or oversees the program for sexual predators. If they'll be placed back out in the county jail, they'll go back at some point, make their way to the Larned State Secure Hospital. Another assessment will be done. They'll eventually have their opportunity for due process in court. And if they're found to be deemed a sexual predator, then they are civilly committed to the program at the Larned State Security Hospital. So the numbers that were referred from us to the Attorney General and then eventually onto the court in 2022, 8. In 2023, it was 3 individuals. And in 2024, it was 8. Not the sexual predator designation, but 6% of our female population are managed as sex offenders. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. So you see some historical background there on the slide. Probably say this more than once. Construction began in 1885. It was completed in 1895 with a single 50-man cell house. Again, it was back then it was known as the Kansas State Industrial Reformatory. Another cell house was added in the early 1900s. Became the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in 1990, and now it's the state's 3rd largest facility housing adult males. It has a capacity of 1,778 residents there. Those different custody or classification levels that I talked about between their central unit, which was that big stone unit that you saw in the previous slide, and they have 2 satellite units that are on the grounds. They're not out in the community, they're on the grounds. They have all the custody levels at Hutchinson. They have max, they have medium, some special management, which is long-term restrictive housing. That's our most violent, most disruptive, most dangerous portion of our population. To give you an example of what will get you into a special management unit, if you're someone that is behind the distribution of these drugs, not necessarily just using, but somebody who's in the distribution of that, or you're somebody that has a weapon, you're somebody that has a cell phone, which is helping promote the criminal activity, or you are someone who is beating people up or beating them down for some reason, you're going to long-term restrictive housing probably for at least a year because you present an imminent and present danger to the other residents at the facility and the staff. You've demonstrated it through your actions. So they have a special management unit there, and then they have medium at the east unit, minimum at the south unit. And those minimum custody people will go out and work on projects, might be a municipality project, work on sometimes they've gone to like state parks or cleaned up highways. We have them at the state fair. They're part of, we have a year-round crew at the state fair, helping do maintenance, clean things up. They're also there during the fair, cleaning up and emptying trash and whatnot. State fair, we have a great partnership with them and have had it for at least a couple decades that I'm aware of. So that's kind of what they have for custody levels and classification. It's located on 274 acres, pretty big plot of land. We employ 507 full-time employees there. We have 85 contract employees. Has an annual operating budget of just under $54 million. And it is chock full of challenges. And I hope I can articulate these well. It is an antiquated design. It is the old levels of the, now we're talking about the central unit. That's that stone unit. That's what I'm talking about needing to replace. You have to open the cell doors from a lockbox where you stand at the end of the tier. You can't see the doors operating and you can't see the population. And meanwhile, it's at the end of a tier and residents are moving back and forth behind you as an officer. Had numerous officers assaulted there while their back was turned, and they were focused on operating the lockbox, which runs the doors. Old systems, those old locking systems, old heating, ventilation, plumbing systems, many just not suited for modern correctional practice. Small cell sizes, and that image that you see is one of our staff in one of our smaller cells. The cells range from, we have about nearly 600 cells that range from 40 square feet to 48 square feet. The minimum recommended standard from the American Correctional Association, minimum recommended standard is 70 square feet. So they're the smallest cells I've ever seen, and I've been in corrections for 38 years. The facility's not compliant with life safety issues like fire sprinkling, ADA. We're grandfathered in under that. We're not in violation of the law, but we're not compliant. Those safety issues related to line of sight. There's no AC in the living units there for that population. And so there's some AC in some of the staff offices. When you get to July and August at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility Central Unit and the temperature outside is 95 or 100, it is between 85, 90 degrees inside those cells. They're single man cells. I don't know how you feel, but if the temperature in my house gets to 74 degrees, I'm getting cranky. This population is, some of them not the most pro-social, not the clearest thinkers, and they feel like we're punishing them intentionally by making it unbearable. And that makes it harder for our staff on a couple fronts. That puts our staff in danger when they're irritable or they're angry at us. They're not coming after me in my office at central office. They're going to take it out on that correctional officer that's walking the floor or that unit team member, their counselor that's in there, that they think isn't doing anything about it and doesn't care. Additionally, so it's a safety issue. Additionally, you've seen been some lawsuits nationally about air conditioning, bringing temperature down in buildings, making them more humane. It's hard to influence someone who's incarcerated towards change and get them to come along with you when they think you're making it more miserable for them. That's human nature. If you feel someone's mistreating you, you're probably not gonna take much guidance from them. And then finally, our staff work in those units. They're out walking those floors. And when it's 85 or 90 degrees on that floor and they're geared up, they've got some protective vests and dark, people tell me they will lose 10 pounds on a shift, in an 8-hour shift, walking those units. It's unbearable. Back to staff retention and making a better environment for both the residents and the staff. The costs in manpower to maintain the facility pretty excessive. We never really catch up at Hutchinson. And I don't blame our maintenance staff. We have great maintenance staff there, and a lot of it looks pretty good, but foundationally, there's a lot of issues there. A lot of money in space. And then finally, there's no day room space there. So if you've been to some of our other facilities, on the housing units where you have the individual cells, then you'll also have some common areas where there's like tables and the phones and whatever, where people can get out, play cards, just get out of that confined space for 2 to 4 to 6 hours a day. That space that's outside those cells at Hutchinson is very limited, really does not lend itself to that. So they spend a lot of time locked down or in space that really isn't adequate.
I'd like to interrupt. Senator Pascadoe has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know I get irritable just, if I perspire a little bit. So what's the reason we can't, or you haven't been able to put in adequate air conditioning for the inmates and the staff? That's one question. And then the other question, at the Topeka Correctional Facility, I've heard that there's dogs in some of the spaces there that are, and some of the female women have been bitten. Is that true? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, make sure I get all your question answered. So let me, I'll start with the animals and then I'll come back to Hutchinson. So we have canine programs at 3 or 4 facilities, and we have also have a cat program at the women's facility in Topeka, and it's kind of rescue them and make them so they're adoptable. It's good for the community. These dogs don't have to be euthanized. They can be adopted, and it's good for our facility because it really brings the temperature in terms of down. Our population, those dogs are somewhat therapeutic, if you will. Occasionally, an animal bites someone at a facility. They just snap. They maybe get protective of their owner or what have you. They're animals. It just happens sometimes. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. Or the cat might scratch somebody. So, but those programs are great, and we're looking to expand those. I hope that answers that question. We may have had someone bit at Topeka. I'm not familiar with that specifically.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. So then when that occurs, is that happening to inmates that have voluntarily decided to work with the animals? And then what is their medical procedure? How is that handled? So thank you.
Great question, Mr. Chair, Senator. Sometimes they'll bite a handler, particularly early on in the process as they get familiar with them. Occasionally they'll bite another resident who's living on the tier, and occasionally a staff member may even get bitten. I don't think it happens very frequently. It's not reported to me very frequently, but I know it does happen. If a resident is, so if a staff's bitten, it's an on-the-job type thing, and we get them treated. And if a resident is bitten, they go to the medical office, and they're treated for that. They're treated on site. And I'm not aware of any, I mean, any bite would probably be considered serious. It's not good to be bitten, but I don't know anyone that's had to be taken off site for hospitalization. I'm not aware of that. I'm not saying it's never happened, but I'm not aware of it. Can I come back to the air conditioning? So the reason we haven't, couple reasons we haven't put air conditioning in Hutchinson in my time here. It's spendy. It's going to be a super big cost. Just replacing air conditioning in areas that already have it is pretty darn expensive, and we have limited funds. Today we have $8.3 million, but previously we've only had 4.3. But it's cost prohibitive. There's no, additionally, besides there's no ductwork. So it's not only the air conditioning units, but you've got to put all the ductwork in to pipe the cold air. So there's that. I've been, a portion of the thought has been, let's don't spend that kind of money, if we can even get that kind of money, to put that AC until we arrive at a decision if we're going to replace this facility. I'd hate to spend all that money only to a year later decide we're going to replace it. So it'll kind of brings us to a head. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're not asking to replace the east or south units there. This is one of the satellite units, but it gives you a sense. This is a wood unit that when they were built in the 1980s, staff tell me they were built quote unquote as temporary housing. They're all stick frame, doesn't hold up real well. I've been in corrections long enough to know there's nothing temporary. Once you've got it, that's what you got, right? But that's what they tell me. This image is from the central unit, and I would say this is what 1895 kind of looks like. You know, just old, falling apart, lots of issues. That's the infrastructure. So, I came in the summer of 2019, recognized that we had some issues at Hutchinson. We contracted with a firm, Carter Global Lee. They're a national firm that does assessments of facilities and their infrastructure and provides recommendations. So we brought them in, and they indicated that improvements to the existing Hutchinson Central unit would not be as cost effective as replacement of that unit. I'll talk about that just a little more in detail here in a second. So the graphic there with the costs and the note is from the report from Carter Global Lee. And just note, when you're looking at those numbers, because I know we got some good numbers, people in here, those are 2021 dollars. So they're about 4 years old. And I can just tell you, not only out here in the community, our costs, but go Google construction costs for correctional facilities and look at what some states are having to pay to replace their facilities. It is astronomical how fast inflation is hitting this space. And then in that note, that 80 million would only address existing infrastructure issues. It would not bring the facility up to ADA standards. It would not retrofit the air conditioning in the housing units or address the small cell sizes, nor does it address any potential hazardous materials. They didn't pull up floor tile to see if there was asbestos in it or look for lead paint or any of that. They just did a cursory look. This is what we think you have. So when you see that 80 million, that's repairs, and that would not address those factors. If we just remember, 80 million in 2021 dollars, and it would not address all those factors that I've talked about, some of the challenges.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful you are in corrections, not in sales. I've waited patiently for the whole time. What is the total for a new facility?
Could you give me just 5 more? If you turn to the back, you'll see it. It's expensive.
Give me the.
It's 453 million with a bond of about 34.5 million for 20 years. That's the estimate.
Okay, and follow-up question, if I may. I do not recall this request in the last, I don't know, 3 years. Have we heard about this before and been turned down in appropriations? I do not remember a vigorous debate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative, yeah, I'm not sure about a vigorous debate. Let me tell a little bit of the history. So I think it was not last year, but the year before, kind of at the 11th hour, there was an opportunity. There was a surplus in the state. I think it was 2 years ago. There was a surplus, kind of at the 11th hour. Hadn't had the opportunity to have these kind of conversations with the committee. Governor allowed me to come forward and ask the legislature if they would replace it. It was not a bond request. It was to just use for whatever the millions of dollars was to replace it. This group and budget committees said, well, we don't know enough about it. Understandable, hadn't had enough. So it didn't make it anywhere. Last year I did come forward, talked about it If I encounter you on the streets of Topeka, I'll keep you for 10 minutes talking about it.
Hope you don't encounter me on the streets of Topeka, but
Is that a good or bad thing?
you take it as you will. You, we have at 1895 till today. I'm shocked that we haven't had any kind of conversation or any kind of potential numbers in years and years and years. What kind of problems are you running into when you're bringing this issue up? I mean, I was in college in 2010. We were talking about modern correctional infrastructure, and then you're telling me all these issues with this ancient infrastructure, and I empathize with it. I hear it. You're right. I'm a GWAT veteran. I've seen environments across the globe with terrorists in prisons and how our military has had to deal with it. And I'm telling you that the stench alone would drive a corrections officer insane in the middle of July in Kansas. So you have my empathy, you have my concern, and I want to help you here, and I think we all do. So let's talk hurdles and why this hasn't come up earlier and why we are unprepared. And I feel this is a very reactionary and not forward-thinking kind of problem here. We should have saw this coming.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I appreciate your comments. Well, let me say this. I brought it up before, not last session, but 2 sessions ago. I put it on the table and said, look, here's the need. And it didn't get legs. People wanted more information, wanted to be better educated on it. The legislators did. Understandable, 100%. So it didn't go anywhere. Last year, I had it in my budget, talked about it in committee, some of the same information, talked about it. So look, there's a need here. We need to do this. Maybe I'm being a little more forceful this year because just trying to push it across the finish line if possible, or build that support. And I think part of the reason it hasn't gotten anywhere is you folks have a lot of tough decisions to make. There's a lot of people coming at you with asks, and it's a big ask, and it's a lot of money, and people would probably rather pave highways and build parks and do all that stuff. But there's just a need here. There's a need here, and if we don't do it now, we're going to have to. And I'll talk about it here in just a minute. There's some really good motivations to get it done. I understand there's competing demands. I think that's why it hasn't gotten a lot of support, but that's just my speculation on it.
Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm old enough to remember when it was KSIR. I was there in a professional capacity when it was KSIR. And I can tell you 1979, 1980, 1981, when there were discussions of building these temporary wings, it was clearly understood that it was a stopgap because the legislature, for whatever reason, couldn't afford to replace KSIR at that time. So we built these particle board wings, and that's been 35 years ago. I don't understand why this request would come as any surprise to the legislature. We've known about it for as long as I've known about KSIR. But I want to make sure I understand what you need, okay? Number one, need to rebuild Hutchinson Correctional Facility, and approximately the same bed capacity as you have now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, great question. I would propose adding 400 beds more
than
from the
what's
central.
there now.
That would allow, assuming it was approved, that would allow us to get some construction beds in the pipeline for that growth that we see projected by the Sentencing Commission.
And you hit right on what my next question is. Whatever we need to do about rebuilding Hutchinson Correctional Facility, that is in addition to the additional beds that Mr. Schultz tells us we're going to need within 10 years, which he puts at in excess of 1,000 beds. Is that correct?
I believe so, Representative.
If
yes.
we don't change these trends, we're going to have to build 2 prisons in the next 10 years, replace HCF and another one to meet expected increase in bed demand unless the legislature takes a different approach toward corrections and maybe decides that long-term incarceration isn't necessarily the best answer. The question, of course, is we need 2 new prisons, it sounds like.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we certainly need some more beds. And in my capital improvement plan that we've put, the agency's not mine, the agency's capital improvement plan, part of it is rebuild Hutchinson and incorporate an additional 400 beds there, and then do that design for 400 beds at Winfield. Again, I think we can staff some beds at Winfield and have those in the pipeline after the Hutchinson.
Just real quick, I think the State Building Commission also has been up within the last few months or year to tour Hutchinson Correctional Facility. I know Chairman Delperdang couldn't be here today, but I think it was his committee that went and visited.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I appreciate you saying that. It gives me an opportunity to thank. We've had a number of legislators come and visit the facility, both the Joint Committee on State Building and Construction and some members from the Finance Committee. We've had the chair has come and visited, a number of people. I appreciate them coming and looking at it. To see it, touch it, smell it, feel it, talk to the staff. I know it's a big investment of their time, but we've had a number come and look at it, and I appreciate that.
Not good 35 years ago, and I can't imagine that it's any better.
Appreciate that.
Right, so I'll just comment. Yes, I was privileged to go and look, and it's eye-opening. And as the Secretary has said, I'm sure you have invited anybody on this committee or in the legislature to tour that facility and see what the situation is. As far as being aware of it, the problem, I've been aware of it in the last 2 or 3 sessions. It's a big budget item, and I think we're just we're slow on the uptake, but we need to get going.
Just a couple, I think I have 2 or 3 more slides, Mr. Chairman, then I'll wrap it up here. So these quotes on the slide are directly from that facility conditions assessment by that Carter Global Lee, and they bear me reading. I normally don't like to read off the slide, but the overall condition of all the buildings is fair to poor, and due to various stages of decline, total renovations would be costly. Renovations would be costly. Then they say, in another part, it's over a century old. Carter Global Lee recommends these facilities be considered for replacement rather than renewal. Renovation, not the best solution to address the issues with the current facility. Some issues, as I pointed out in a previous slide, would not be addressed. And by delaying action, it's gonna get more costly. It has got, every year I've tried to put a number to what it might cost to replace that. It has gotten more costly. So, our proposed plan is to replace the central unit at Hutchinson Correctional Facility. New facility with a modern design, a modern infrastructure, incorporate those additional beds into the design. As the Sentencing Commission is projecting, we're going to have a need for beds. Location of the facility, again, we've got 270 some acres at the facility. This is an aerial shot of the front of the central unit, and you might not be able to see it real well, but at the top of that image, there's a real small green arrow pointed towards the top of the slide. We would place that facility just beyond that arrow. There's a drainage there, Cow Creek, I believe it's called. We'll go beyond Cow Creek. We have a big piece of land there. It'll also get us away from those public streets where we got those wall throws and all kinds of people on the perimeter. So we'd put it on that property. There is a proposal by the city of Hutchinson. They'd like us to consider a land swap. They have an area that's about 2 to 3 miles away from there, and they have an interest in the property where the current facility sits. So at some point, if we decide to build, we'll re-engage them. Certainly we'll re-engage with legislators on that, but today we would place it just on the other side of that Cow Creek. So here's the slide with the costs, what we would propose doing. I'll restate the challenges one last time. Safety issues created by poor lines of sight, antiquated systems and infrastructure. There's a lack of areas in the units for out of cell time for that population. All that goes to safety and conditions of confinement if the courts get involved. Small cell size, excessive heat in the summer, uneven heating systems in the winter are inviting a lawsuit for conditions of confinement. At some point, there will be one. I don't know when that is, but I believe there will be one. Many costs of renovation and retrofitting are unknown. Additional cost to relocate approximately 300 to 400 residents for renovation. We'd have to put them out of state somewhere and contract beds. That's going to be costly if we can get the beds. In today's contracted bed-driven climate, the feds are gobbling up a lot of those beds. It's going to be a competitive market there. We've relied upon an assessment by experts to replace rather than renovate. Besides the estimated costs to renovate or to build a new facility would incorporate the beds. And then I just believe it needs replaced. Delaying action is only going to get costlier and costlier. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I again want to thank you and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you to talk about these important subjects.
Thank you. Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Zamuda. I too recall this initial conversation 2 years ago. And you're right, it came in at the 11th hour. I remember sitting in that joint budget committee and it shocked us all. What's almost even more shocking is that the cost has increased by about 70 million since then. If I remember, those original estimates was in that 370 to 380 range. And you actually touched on the lawsuit concern. So I have to be careful how I say it, but there's this part of me that says I'm not too worried about, inmates having air conditioning. However, I think that there are some federal rules around that. Am I correct? And that there are certain conditions that you have to meet to be in compliance with federal law.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, some states have over the years been taken into federal court for conditions of confinement. And I'm not suggesting that happened here, but I'm concerned about it based on what I've seen in my career.
Okay. Well, and you've certainly seen a whole lot more than we have. As I've kind of contemplated this, the reality is you're absolutely right. It's just going to continue to get more costly. And the reality is, as a legislature, we like to put bad guys in prison. It's the fact of what is. Now, we've certainly made a lot of policies that are, smarter on crime and how we handle probation, community corrections, things like that. But the reality is, there's a subset of criminal that needs to be in prison. And that is a responsibility of ours, even though it's certainly not one of the more glamorous parts of what we spend money on. Ensuring that we have the facilities for incarceration is important. Because I do remember shortly before COVID, we were contracting beds out. And it was the only reason we're having this conversation today and not pre-COVID was because of COVID and how many people were released early as a result of the pandemic. And so I appreciate your information. I think that it has to be something that somehow or another we choose to address this legislative session. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. So I think you're done for now, but your group is on the hot seat. When will your turn? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 453, that's spread out over how many years?
I believe it's 20 for that bond payment, that annual bond. It's about 20 years.
Okay. And that's separate from the 34 million bond over 20 years?
No, that would be, I think that's the estimated bond. So if we go to borrow the 453, it's that 34.5 we would pay each annually for 20 years.
20 years.
To repay that bond, that debt.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I make one more comment and then stop, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate it. So in our conversation, as I said, I understand you have tough decisions to make, as do the budget committees, and I'm certainly respectful of that. I'm just trying to make the case for it, and we certainly understand that you have tough decisions, and I'm hopeful we'll be able to do it, but I certainly understand. Thank you.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promised the last one. I couldn't agree more with the senator. Took the words right out of my mouth. I was not around in 1981. In fact, I wasn't even alive. So I thank you. Thank you for enlightening me on the situation. Not very many of us have that kind of that knowledge, and I appreciate it. Question for you though: where are you at in this process? Have you had an RFP already for a design? Is there a stencil on a napkin? Where are we at with this?
Mr. Chair, Representative, we have not gone into any design, have not put out an RFP, really just waiting to get a sense on whether there be support for funding it first.
I think there'll be support for funding it if we see something that would solve problems. The two prison problem, that's something we might consider with this land swap. Is it possible that maybe we bulk it up a little bit, be a little forward thinking, maybe 1.5 of that problem? If we, obviously we're not gonna fit two prisons on one place, but maybe we bulk it up a little bit, especially if we haven't even put anything on paper yet. I'd really like to get ahead of these problems if we can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we could examine that. Here's my biggest, and I referenced it earlier, here's my biggest concern. Can we staff it? Can we staff it? And we are accepted. We are a vital part of the Hutchinson community. We have a lot of support there. I don't know if we can staff it. We have to do some more assessment of that.
Well, I hear your problem. I'm completely empathetic with it. I see what you're doing with, increasing pay, having just the esprit de corps that surrounds new uniforms for me,
Yep.
knowing this industry as well as I do, that kind of thing is momentum in the right direction. When you have a profession that is a noble profession, you will get those right mindseted applicants. Air conditioning is going to help. I promise.
Yeah.
So let's burn one problem down at a time. Let's see what this actually will look like. If we get some proposals, I know time is always the enemy, but just heck, if it's on a napkin, we don't care. Let's see a plan. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So as I said, your staff, I think, is going to talk to us more today. Two things before we break for lunch. First of all, anyone in the committee that wants to put forward at the end of our discussions today a proposal for the committee to recommend to the legislature, if they could please send that before over lunch if possible to Jillian, and she will then be able to put that up on the screen and we have our discussion of any of that. Second thing is we do have lunch in the just outside the entrance door. Kearney and Associates are the benefactors today, and they're doing this on behalf of the Kansas Association of Court Service Officers, appropriately enough. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back to start at 1 o'clock. Meeting of the Russell Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice will come to order. We're going to continue the presentations with another from the KDOC. This one is going to be about juvenile and community-based services from Megan Milner, who's the Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Community-Based Services. Welcome to committee, Ms. Milner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Committee members, thank you very much for having me here today. I am Megan Milner. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Juvenile and Adult Community-Based Services for the department. So what that means, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what community-based services is here shortly, but in my role, I oversee our state parole for Kansas. I also oversee the executive branch functions of the juvenile justice system, and then our partnerships with adult and juvenile community corrections agencies across the state. So I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to start out this afternoon talking a little bit about the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex and providing you with some updates regarding the facility, and then I'm going to spend some time talking about adult and juvenile community-based services for the Department of Corrections. So the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, and if it's okay, I'm going to refer to it as KJCC throughout the presentation. It might cut down about 10 minutes if I use the acronym.
Please do.
KJCC is our state's one juvenile correctional facility. It is the only post-disposition secure facility for male and juvenile, male and female youth who are adjudicated by the courts as juvenile offenders. Our superintendent out there is Candace Bird. She has been there for about close to 3 years. I think she's doing a fantastic job and has a long history in juvenile corrections. In Kansas, youth as young as 10 years old up to the age of 17 can be adjudicated as juvenile offenders. And then statute allows the Secretary of Corrections to retain a youth in the juvenile correctional facility until the age of 22 and a half. That's very specific in statute because that allows for then 6 months of conditional release when a youth releases out to the community. So a youth who is in the custody of the Secretary of Corrections can actually be in custody until the age of 23. Senate Bill 367 in 2016 amended statute to require that youth who are under the age of 14 be diverted from the juvenile correctional facility unless the court demonstrates certain criteria related to public safety and to the needs of the youth. And the reason for that really is incorporating what we know about adolescent development and youth who are in that very young age of 10 to 13. We have historically had very few youth that young who have been in the correctional facility. And so that is something important to know about sentencing to the facility. KJCC also serves youthful offenders. Youthful offenders are individuals who are under the age of 18, but they've been convicted as an adult. And so they will go to KJCC until the age of 18, until their 18th birthday. And then at that time, they will transfer either to El Dorado Correctional Facility or the Topeka Correctional Facility to serve out the remainder of their adult sentence. While they're at KJCC, they receive access to the same programming, educational services that any other youth would have access to at the facility. KJCC employs about 250 staff. That includes operations or security staff, case management staff, medical, food service. The staffing levels, really, if you look at the staffing levels of KJCC and you compare it to like that of Winfield, you'll see Winfield is one of our adult correctional facilities. Staffing levels at KJCC, even though our population is much smaller there, our staff to youth ratio is higher just because of the needs of youth and the need to supervise those youth a little bit more closely. This is a snapshot of our population, and I hope you can see the line there. If not, I'll kind of walk through what the numbers are. But our population in the correctional facility has been decreasing for a while. You'll see a little bit of a bump in 2024. Remember that KJCC houses both males and females. So there on the blue line at the top is the male population number, and the orange, it's sort of an orange line. I hope you can see that in the graph. It's at the bottom. It shows that we have 6 females there at the correctional facility. That difference between the male and female population is actually very normal for KJCC. We typically have a very small female population compared to our male population. Of interest might be just the information that our state historically had actually 4 juvenile correctional facilities. And so that's maybe indicative of the change of our system. Some of that is due to Senate Bill 367. But we had a correctional facility that was in Atchison. We had one that was in Larned, Kansas. And then our correctional facility for female juvenile offenders was located in Beloit at one time. And so over the years, those other 3 facilities have closed down, and we just have KJCC now. This is a snapshot of the age of the youth that we work with at KJCC. And what I would really like to point out to you about this graph is that 95% of the youth that we have at KJCC, so this was as of June 30th of this year, 95% of those youth are 16 years old and older. And then if you narrow that down to 18 years of age and older, that's 64% of the youth at KJCC who are 18 and over. And I mention this for a couple of reasons. One, I think over the years, there has oftentimes been a stereotype that at KJCC, we're dealing with a very young population. And really, when you look at the age, we're working with older adolescent, young adult population. But also, this is important information for us to pay attention to at the correctional facility because it better helps us target services for an older adolescent population. So the majority of youth who leave our facility leave able to enter the workforce. Possibly high school graduates already when they leave, may be ready to transition to living independently. And so this changes or influences some of the programming that we're trying to focus on at the facility to prepare youth to leave our facility. 100% of the youth at KJCC will leave our facility. None of them are staying for the rest of their life. And so we are doing what we can to best prepare them to re-enter back into the communities. I will also mention that working with justice-involved youth is very layered. It's very complex. So not only are we working with the young man or the young woman who's there in front of us at the facility, and really I would even say this translates to the community as well, but we're also working with family members. We're oftentimes working with the Department for Children and Families. We're working with the Department of Education. We're working with KDADS and KDHE. And so there's lots of layers to the different systems that are involved with working with justice-involved youth. Some more demographics regarding our population, just to share with you the kids that we're working with at KJCC. So you can see the racial demographics there. The majority of the youth that we're working with at KJCC are white youth or Black youth. Black youth make up 43% of the population. White youth make up 52% of the population. And you'll see on the right side of the screen the length of stay. And I'd love to explain why it looks like females are there disproportionately longer than males. And that's because we have 6 females at the facility. So any sort of extreme in a sentence really throws off that average. So we have one young lady who's been at our facility for probably 4 or 5 years now. And so that really throws off that average for the females. That's why it looks like females are there for a significantly longer period than males. With our juveniles in the state, we utilize the youth level of service case management inventory. And because we like our acronyms too, that's the YLS-CMI, we utilize that instrument to help us determine risk level for justice-involved youth. And one of the great things about Senate Bill 367 is that it required that our state use one standardized assessment across all points of the juvenile justice system. So this same tool is used by court services, it's used by KJCC, and it's used by community corrections as well for juveniles. And so you can see the risk level there in that pie chart to the left. Over 72% of the youth at KJCC are moderate to high risk. And this is important for a couple of reasons. If you looked at this graph 12 to 15 years ago, it would look very different. Prior to Senate Bill 367 in Kansas, we were still incarcerating youth on misdemeanor offenses, and we were incarcerating very low-level, low-risk youth. And one of the things that Senate Bill 367 did was align us with research and best practice that says that these deepest end placements, that's really what KJCC is. It's the deepest end of our juvenile justice system. Those placements should be reserved for youth who pose the most risk to public safety and who have the greatest needs and need the most interventions. And so it's, I appreciate seeing that there's a little bit of a shift in this risk level where we're seeing that the majority of youth that we're working with at KJ are moderate to high risk.
Yes, Senator Escoto.
Thank you. So with the passage of Senate Bill 367, I appreciate what you said. There's a group in Wichita, Progeny, who came up, and as we were going to sweep some of the funding from there, they came up and advocated to keep some of that funding for those programs within our communities. And so can you give us just one example where keeping the youth in the community really, really helped, and how this is, other than just stating it, give us a real life situation where it's working. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for the question. I'm familiar with Progeny. I've had the pleasure of being able to interact with some of those formerly justice-involved youth. Super impressed with their desire to advocate. So I'm familiar with the group. One of the examples that I would provide, since we were sort of talking about low-risk youth, a low-risk youth typically means that that individual, that youth, has certain characteristics or protective factors that make it less likely that they will go out and commit more crime. Doesn't mean that they absolutely won't. It just means that they sort of fit into this category of individuals that are less likely to go out and commit more crime. And what that looks like is typically they have more engagement in education or employment. They are likely to be around more pro-social, positive individuals. They may not be chronically using substances. And so when you think, there's other things, but when you think in those terms, if we are incarcerating a low-risk individual, we're removing them and disrupting those protective factors that they do have. And so, excuse me, we're separating them from the education institution that they're connected with. We're separating them from maybe peer supports or coaches or mentors that might be a support to them. And so that would be an example. I hope that helps.
That's a good one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Let's see. So I also want to highlight to the right of this graph some mental health data for KJCC. About 45% of youth at the facility are in need of individualized treatment and more specific targeted interventions regarding mental health. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about some mental health data in the community here in a little bit. But I think that this is a good tie-in to talk about what we're seeing in the juvenile justice system when it comes to mental health needs, substance use needs with our youth who are incarcerated. And we're seeing a significant number, about half, little less than half of our population out at KJCC, they're in need of some intensive mental health services. And that's not very different than what we're seeing with a lot of other places in our community and in detention centers, and I'll talk about that a little bit here. This is just a diagram to show you where youth are coming from in the state. This probably is not a shock to you, but the more urban areas of our state send more or sentence more youth to the juvenile correctional facility. So about 38% of youth at KJCC come from Sedgwick County, about 12% from Wyandotte County, and 13% from Johnson County. And then you'll also see Shawnee County, I think that's Leavenworth County there, some of those other areas. That's really where our youth are coming from.
I have a question on that. So, and you may, this would be more speculation on your part than probably knowledge, but interested. So, I mean, if you look at this map, there's virtually no one from Western Kansas being sent to Topeka. And I'm just curious to know, and this would be a question for the judges, whether they're less prone to send kids from far away to Topeka than judges that are in Shawnee County. Do you have any information, or have you talked with judges about that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It is speculation, just to be honest. So I have spoken with some folks. It's been a long time since I've spoken specifically about that topic. I did at one time here, and I think I was probably speaking with I think this was a former director, community corrections director from the Garden City area, and this would have been maybe like 10 years ago, in all fairness, but she relayed to me something similar. But otherwise, I don't have more information than that.
Do we have another? Senator Falscotto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the longer I'm on this committee, I really want to come up with solutions to help the people that we are elected to represent. And so when you talk about the percentage of where youth come from who are in the juvenile justice system, so what else do you look for? Do you look to see, okay, if they're coming from Sedgwick County, why? Not just they're coming from there. You know, I think it's important and helpful to know why. So if they're coming from inner city, Sedgwick County, Wichita, they might just be living in poverty. And so we've got to kind of know, not just say here's where they're coming from, but do you, in that intake process, I mean, what else? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, so we do know, based on research, that there are some drivers of criminality. I can speak broadly to that, only because I haven't so much dug into these specific youth recently who are at KJCC to know what their individual circumstances are. But we do know that things like substance abuse, right? Because it puts youth in an environment that's conducive for criminal behavior to occur. Just not to mention that it's illegal, right? Just the use itself. We know that the lack of connection to education is a driver of criminality. We know that poor coping skills, poor social skills, those are drivers. We know that antisocial thinking, so like pro-criminal thinking, those are drivers. I do believe that there is some research out there about the connection between poverty. I don't know that it is causal, but I believe that there is a correlation between poverty and crime, but again, not causal. So
And Mr. Chairman, so if I could just say this and then I'll turn my mic off. So I just want everyone listening, everyone on the committee to know this. All of it, the hub, and then the tires, the spokes on it, it all connects. So whether it's education, whether it's law, whether it's taxes, whatever the situation is, child welfare, all of it. So one example, in Wichita, so Southeast High School. So it used to be kind of in the neighborhood, and I give kids rides there. Sometimes their parents call me, and I'm like, okay. So I did that one day, and I had forgotten that Southeast High School was no longer in the old location. So I drove them to that location, and they said, no, Miss Holitha, our school is out here. It was like I had to drive out of town. It was a good 30-minute drive. And so those kids are disconnected from school because their parents are living in poverty. They don't have vehicles to drive them back and forth to stay after school for sports activities, etc. So I just want everybody, when we're looking at these issues, yeah, it's a criminal mind. After a while, it becomes that. But if we can keep kids connected to schools, get extra money for the education, the after school, the activity bus to pick those kids up and take them back and forth. Because so after a while, it's like, heck, I can't stay after school to play basketball. They're not as tall as Senator Stephen Owens, and they can't play, and they can't hold even my daughters to do patrol, to hold the stop sign. The kids that didn't have parents that came back to school and picked them up, they were out. So then they want to get involved in something else. And I'm just saying that in the big picture of poverty means you don't have a vehicle to just jump in and go drive there. So after a while, it spirals down. And I'm just asking, year after year, when you do that intake, find out that stuff, not just what crime they did, find out, what's going on here, then we could be proactive and help prevent it from getting to where they're incarcerated. Just a thought, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You can continue.
So on this next slide, you'll see the top 5 most common offenses at KJCC. I just share this as information so that sort of the clientele who we're working with. This trend. These top 5 have actually been pretty consistent over the last several years, and so this isn't necessarily a big change. Research is pretty consistent that confining youth alone is not going to change behavior. It's really what we do with a youth while they are at KJCC that impacts their likelihood to go out and commit more crime. KJCC has worked really hard, I would say over the last 10 to 12 years, to really enhance the programming and the services that they offer at the facility to reduce the risk for the youth who are there. So you'll see a long list, and this is actually just some of the things that KJCC offers. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. I'll maybe highlight just a few if that's okay. We know that cognitive behavioral programs are one of the most effective interventions that we can use with the justice-involved population, adult and juvenile. And so we really focus a lot of our efforts around those cognitive behavioral programs that help teach youth how to think differently about the situations that they're in. Since April 2015, KJCC has been licensed as an outpatient substance abuse treatment center. So they are able to offer substance abuse treatment to youth who are at the facility. We also have a family therapist who is at the facility, and we can offer family therapy in person, or she will also do it virtually to help with distance across the state. Education and job readiness is a big part of what we do at KJ, and so I just want to share with you KJCC. I even shortened it down to KJ. I'd love to share with you some of the educational programs at KJCC. Lawrence Gardner High School is our school at the facility. It is not associated with the city of Lawrence or with Gardner. Lawrence Gardner was a former principal about 20 years ago at the school, at the facility. We partner with the Smoky Hill Education Service Center out of Salina, Kansas. They are the education provider at the facility. And Lawrence Gardner High School is a fully accredited high school through the Department of Education. They are accredited as a specialty school. And so there's a little bit of flexibility with the accreditation because of the transient nature of our population coming and going. We've talked about JAG-K a couple of times today already. JAG-K implemented what I believe is one of the first JAG-K programs inside of a juvenile correctional facility in the country here at our facility here in Kansas. And so they have been working with KJCC for probably, 5 or 6 years now. I might be off of that time frame. But they are working with our high school graduates there and providing career exploration services and preparing them to re-enter the workforce or to go on to pursue their secondary education, post-secondary education. The Washburn Institute of Technology has been a valuable partner for us probably for over a decade. They have instructors that are specific to our facility, and they are able to offer an electrical certification, construction certification, occupational safety certification, and welding. We have a virtual welding option, and then most recently the facility worked with some of their space to try and create a welding shop where the youth could get hands-on experience with the welders to actually complete their certification. So we're excited about that. And you can see some of the pictures there of their work. In 2022, we entered into an agreement with the Kansas Department of Commerce where the facility, KJCC, is funding a commerce position to be housed at the facility. And this has created a lot of opportunities for our youth with access to increased job readiness opportunities, connection to employers, setting up job interviews for them prior to release, and to some of the other services that are available in workforce centers. They have access to that in the correctional facility. And then you'll see there that we also started providing the driver's license written exam. We don't do the practical exam at the facility, but we do allow the youth to take the written exam there so that when they leave, they can go right out and complete the other portion of the exam. In 2024, with the support of the governor's office and our Kansas legislature, Senate Bill 420 was passed. This gives the Secretary of Corrections the authority to establish a work release or an educational release program for youth at KJCC. This is a brand new process, and we are being very careful and very intentional with how we put this process together. To date, we've probably had a handful of youth who have been eligible to do this. And we've actually experienced very little interest from those youth in doing this, which has been interesting. We have one young lady, though, in spite of that, she didn't want to leave the facility every day and come back. To work around that and to remove that barrier, she is enrolled full-time with Washburn University, and she's taking classes. She's a super smart young lady. And so she's doing that full-time at the facility. So even though we haven't actually had any youth who have left the facility, we're making sure that youth still have access to all of those services while they're at the facility. And this is just a picture of some of our staff because we're really proud of them. So I wanted to show them off to you. So you'll see some of our security staff, our case management staff, some of our food service staff. They really are crucial to what we do, and we have such a dedicated group of staff who really believe in the work that they do and the opportunities that they create for young people. So I'm going to shift focus a little bit from the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex to talk about community-based services. And before I get into the few slides that I have, I wanted to just explain what I mean by community-based services. So we, at the Department of Corrections, the community-based services team partners with the 31 judicial districts across the state and the community corrections agencies in those districts to provide support through training and technical assistance. We develop supervision standards for the delivery of probation services, and we collaborate with partners and stakeholders to identify initiatives and innovations in the work. So there's a lot of things that happen in our community-based services team. We have a grants and quality assurance unit, so they oversee all of the grants that are distributed, adult and juvenile, including the evidence-based programs grants. All of those go through this grants unit. We have a unit that's actually called Community-Based Services, and this unit specifically provides support, on-site support. We have regional staff that work across the state, and they provide the support for the community corrections agencies. They do training on assessments and best practices, answering questions and problem-solving situations. We have a special projects and early interventions unit. So this team supports work across the state with juvenile intake and assessment. They provide training and quality assurance for the Kansas Detention Assessment Instrument. This team leads the work on behalf of the Department of Corrections for the Stepping Up for Youth initiative, the crossover youth practice model, our support for juvenile detention centers. There's a lot that happens in that unit. And then we also have a couple of staff in our federal programs unit that support our state in compliance with the core requirements of the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act. So there's a lot of work that happens in our community-based services team. So some of the initiatives that are going on across the state, specifically on the juvenile side of community-based services. So family engagement has been a real priority for this team over, I would say, the last 3 or 4 years. We were able to partner with a trainer to train all probation staff in the state on family engagement, the benefits of family engagement, tools to use to engage families in the behavior change process. What's probably been most exciting to me is that this year we released a family engagement manual, which helps it helps families or guardians or caregivers navigate the juvenile justice system. We have a complex system in the state of Kansas, and if as practitioners, sometimes it's hard for us. I couldn't imagine being a parent trying to figure out the juvenile justice system. And so part of this manual and part of what we're trying to do with our family engagement initiative is to help provide a way for families to navigate through the juvenile justice system from the very front door all the way to the back door, and but then also really engage them in the change process.
Yes, Senator Vascato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So who were the partners that put this manual together? Were they people that represented all of the different groups that are mentioned? You know, the breakdown of race, gender, area where they live, etc. Thank
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, so the group that helped coordinate it is a group called the Public Consulting Group. So they were a vendor that we contracted with. But as part of the review process, we had input from justice-involved family members who helped clarify, you know, this is right, this is wrong, this would be helpful, this isn't helpful at all, maybe sometimes. We had, I believe we had some court services staff who looked at it. I believe we had a couple of judges who were involved in looking at it and helping to put it together. So there were multiple parties. I think what I was most excited about was that we worked hard to engage some family members who were justice involved. And that was a big deal. That was really important for us in this process. We also do quite a lot of quality assurance in community-based services, and recently we contracted with Community Solutions Incorporated to provide some targeted quality assurance regarding the youth level of service instrument that I mentioned earlier, as well as our what we call EPICS. That's effective practices in community supervision or in correctional settings. And that's an evidence-based model that helps staff with one-on-one interactions and the ability to deliver evidence-based practices through our interactions with justice-involved folks. So we have some quality assurance that's going on with community corrections agencies around that. You have probably heard about the Stepping Up for Youth initiative. It's some exciting work that's happening across the state right now. This began back in 2023, and it builds off of the established Stepping Up model on the adult side that we've had here in Kansas for a very long time. And then Kansas was actually the first state in the country to implement the Stepping Up model on the juvenile side. The goal is to bring together individuals at the state and local level to improve behavioral health outcomes for youth who are in the justice system or who are at risk of system involvement. The success of the Stepping Up initiative really hinges on cross-system and cross-agency collaboration. So this has been an intentional partnership with the Department of Children and Families, also the Department of Aging and Disability Services. So there's a lot of work that both of those agencies are also doing. It's not just the Department of Corrections in this effort. We currently have 7 counties that are piloting the Stepping Up framework. We're hoping to expand that in early 26. To support this work, KDOC is evaluating how we can better support the early touch points of the juvenile justice system, such as juvenile intake and assessment, or detention to better connect youth and families to services rather than pushing them deeper into the system. So we believe if we intervene earlier, the earlier we intervene. Doesn't always work, right? Because we have 150 youth who are at the deepest placement in our system, so it doesn't always work. But the earlier that we can intervene and get kids and families connected to services, the more likely we would be at diverting those kids from deeper system involvement.
If I might ask about that. So you're talking now here about youth that are in the juvenile detention centers. Now, am I to understand these are youth that this is pre-adjudication when they're in these detention centers, or where are they in the process that that you find them in the juvenile detention centers?
Mr. Chairman, it could be a couple of different places. It could be pre-adjudication. It could be pre-filing. So charges haven't been filed, or maybe they're awaiting adjudication. It could be that a youth is in detention after adjudication and disposition. So they've been, a judge has sentenced them there as a sanction or something like that. So it really could be all of those things.
On the latter point, you said a judge could sentence them to, I thought that these detention centers were for pre-adjudication holding, and that if they were sentenced to incarceration, they would be going to Topeka. But that's not always the case? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Chairman, a judge, a court can sentence a youth to the juvenile correctional facility, which would be KJCC, but a judge also has the ability to sanction a youth to a juvenile detention center for a short period of time. It's a shorter period of time, and it's usually a response to a behavior, if that.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're also very excited about some of the conversations happening across the state regarding crisis stabilization for youth. The Kansas Community Corrections Association yesterday in their testimony sort of opened this topic with the committee regarding crisis stabilization. We know that youth and families who are in crisis are often coming to the attention of the juvenile justice system or the child welfare systems, and the sooner that we can get them connected to services, the more chance we have of preventing family disruption, incarceration, systemic trauma, and the impact of all of those things to our communities. So we're excited to be a part of some of those conversations about crisis stabilization, and I think I'm gonna say a little bit more about that here shortly. House Bill 2021, which was from the 2022 legislative session, required that the Secretary of Corrections ensure that when a youth is placed in detention, that they are provided with a risk need assessment within 72 hours of admission. And then within 48 hours of that assessment, they're to have a case plan. And then this bill also required that youth be provided with access to behavioral health services while they are in juvenile detention centers. So we have some juvenile detention centers in the state that have been providing some behavioral health services, but not all of them. We have nine, I believe that's the right number, 9 juvenile detention centers in the state. A few of them have been providing some of those services, but not all of them. And so this bill allows that to happen for youth who are in juvenile detention centers. So since the passage of the bill, the Department of Corrections identified an assessment. We're utilizing the Global Assessment of Individual Needs, or GAIN. The detention center staff have all been trained on that. They're now implementing that. In fiscal year 26, KDOC has awarded $1.6 million in grants to juvenile detention centers for these behavioral health services. Some detention centers are using those funds to hire their own practitioners. The majority of them are contracting with local community mental health centers to come in and provide those services in the detention facilities. excuse me, we do have some data that I think is important to share with you from those assessments and what we're seeing with youth who are coming into detention centers. So since we implemented this, so we've officially been fully implemented since October of 24. 1,665 youth have received a screening when they were admitted into the detention center. Of these, about 1,600 youth, 1,400 or 84% are recommended to get further mental health evaluation. Of those 1,400 youth, about 33% of them received mental health services while they were in the juvenile detention center. There's a wide variety of reasons of why a youth might not have actually received the service. It could be that they refused to participate. It could also be that they released prior to accessing that service. But what I really want to highlight is that 84% figure. The youth who are coming into detention they have a lot of needs, and mental health is one of them. About 57% of the youth are screening in as needing further substance abuse evaluations. So we know, so not only do we know that the youth who are coming in are having a mental health crisis, it's important for us really to understand the intersection between mental health, substance abuse, and juvenile justice system involvement. We know from adolescent development science that these adolescent years are really critical when it comes to the development of cognitive functions, to decision-making skills, coping skills, and substance abuse certainly can impact those developmental years and their developmental trajectory. But it's important for us to understand this information, because any decision to detain or confine a youth really needs to be weighed carefully when deemed appropriate with public safety. And it should require that we connect kids and families to services as quickly as possible. One more. Since House Bill 2329 was initially presented last year, we've, at the Department of Corrections, we've made significant efforts to try to engage with community partners and stakeholders. I'm trying to better understand the concerns and challenges that they're experiencing, with the goal of identifying the right solutions for the right population. I think, as I was thinking through this, I think there's two truths that are both true at the same time regarding this work. One is we have a group of kids in some of our communities that are presenting some significant challenges to communities, both in behavior, mental health needs, substance use needs. And at some point, there are communities that just don't know what to do anymore with those kids. And I absolutely believe that is true. And I also believe that it is true that we don't want to revert to a process in our state that had poor outcomes and that made little, if any, impact on behavior of youth while costing our state millions of dollars. And so I believe that both of those things are true. I think we have to find solutions, the right solutions, for the group of youth that we're talking about in the community. Yesterday,
Representative Schlingensieben has a question.
That last sentence was perfect. I just have to ask, somewhere between what we're trying to do and what we've done, what are the solutions that are being offered across the country that are proving effective? And which one should we be paying very close attention to? I mean, we've been talking about this now for as long as I've been in the legislature. Not that long, but long enough, I think, to identify some solutions. So my question is, and not to put all the pressure on you, but where are we in sort of discovering what works?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for the question. So I was thinking this morning on my drive into work, my very first job out of college was working in juvenile intake in Wyandotte County. And I had no idea what I was doing at that time. I wish I would have known what I know now. The challenges that I remember from working in juvenile intake and assessment, in that juvenile intake and assessment center, are some of the same challenges that we're dealing with today. Challenging behaviors in youth, parents who don't know how to get services for their kids, youth who are very difficult to place. And I mention that to say that there are some who would say that the juvenile reform in Kansas is what caused those things. And I won't say how long ago it was that I was just out of college, but it was a while ago. We were experiencing the same challenges at that time too. I know that that's not the solution, that's not a solution at all. Here are a couple of the things that I know of that I believe are worth exploring for our state. All of the data that we are seeing regarding youth who are coming to the attention of the juvenile justice system, and I am not an expert in child welfare, but in talking with some stakeholders in child welfare, this is what I'm hearing as well. So some of you may be able to actually correct me. But the youth who are coming to the attention of the juvenile justice system, it really is the majority of youth, not all youth, the majority of youth need mental health intervention. We have youth and families that are in crisis. And the sooner that we can connect them to those crisis stabilization services, and I believe this was brought up yesterday, I've also had the opportunity to go look at the Crisis Stabilization Center that is currently operating in Johnson County, and I've been pretty impressed with that model. It is a short-term, very specific intervention to connect kids and families to services in order to prevent disruptions. And they've been in operation for a short period of time, so maybe about a year. But the data that they're seeing is they're seeing some pretty good outcomes with the ability to reconnect youth back into the home. Not 100%. It's not going to work every single time. But that model appears to be working and is what I believe that is worth exploring as a solution. I'm not saying that that is the solution. I believe it's a solution for Kansas. It is my understanding in talking with some folks from Sedgwick County that they're also exploring what it could look like to replicate that in Sedgwick County as well. Some of the other things that I have read are some very, I was reading some research earlier about some very targeted diversion programs for youth. So we have diversion here in the state. It's called immediate intervention programs, and we're seeing really good success so far with those programs. But there are some states like Georgia and I believe Colorado and Florida who have implemented some targeted diversion programs for youth who are picked up in possession of a firearm. And they're seeing some really great outcomes by targeting those community-based services for those youth. I'm not talking about use of a firearm. That's a whole separate issue. But they have they have built some targeted diversion programs around youth who are picked up for just possession of a firearm, and they're seeing some good results from those programs as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The last thing I'll say about this is that KDOC is, we're also participating in a juvenile offender and child in need of care roundtable that is happening this next week, bringing some different folks together to talk about some of these issues. What I want to emphasize here, just as I close this out, is that our priority is to make sure that the Department of Corrections, that we're being good listeners when it comes to this, that we're seeking to really understand the challenges that communities are facing so that we can work collectively together to try and find the right solutions. I also will emphasize that if I've learned anything in my career, and that might be up to debate maybe sometimes, but this work, especially involving juveniles, hinges on our ability to work together at different levels of government, within different agencies. It really requires cross-system and cross-agency collaboration to get good outcomes, positive youth outcomes.
Before you go on, Senator Warren has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Milner, for your presentation. I didn't know if you were concluding. I just had questions once you've concluded your presentation. Is that kind of where we are, or do you have more?
I have one more slide.
Okay.
But I'm
So, okay, as long as we're talking for a minute, you've talked a lot about government solutions for juveniles, and I think if we're looking, it's not always a government solution to issues, but if we're looking to the extent we are for government solutions, I feel we need to know the issues. So thank you for talking about those a little bit. You said that we know youth who are coming in are having a mental health crisis. What do you mean by that? What does the Department of Corrections mean by a mental health crisis?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, what I mean by that is that youth are coming in exhibiting behaviors that oftentimes are being driven by a mental health diagnosis or by untreated mental health needs, and it's driving behavior. I don't think that's every single youth, but I think that's a lot of the youth that we're seeing.
So what are some of the mental health diagnoses that you see in the juvenile population that are involved with the Department of Corrections?
I think we see the same gamut of diagnoses that we would see with youth who are in the child welfare system. We're seeing things like all the way from depression, hyperactivity that impacts behavior and their ability to stabilize in a community-based setting, to mental health needs that are exacerbated by substance abuse, co-occurring disorders. I don't think that there's a mental health diagnosis that is necessarily unique to just the justice-involved population.
Well, you've named 2 mental health diagnoses, depression and hyperactivity. Are there any others you can actually name?
Bipolar. I mean, I could name diagnoses. I don't have data in front of me right now regarding those diagnoses. I can certainly follow up and get that for you.
That would be great. That would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
helpful. And if I may follow up one other area of inquiry, thank you for providing us the top 5 committing offenses, and they are they the top 5 based on the number of juveniles who are committed to the department because, and I don't mean Department of Corrections, but committed because, so when you say top 5, is it percentage? Is it just strict numbers that are charged with this crime, or how do you determine the top 5?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, it would be the number of youth who are at the correctional facility with that as their committing conviction.
So we have aggravated indecent liberties, aggravated robbery, first or second degree murder, aggravated battery, and aggravated assault. I don't see in the top 5 like drug-related offenses. Could you talk about that for a minute? Is that because we're not
You're on page 5.
committing them? Sorry,
Back
yeah,
to
you're
it.
page 5 at slide number 9.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, so I don't have the full list of those offenses here with me, so I don't know where some of those drug-related offenses land as far as the how common those are at the facility, but I can follow up and get that data for you.
Since you do have the top 5, are those 50% of the youth? Are they 75%? Are they 10%? Kind of what are we looking at when you say the top 5? Top 5 out of, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I don't have those percentages here with me. But I can follow up and get those for you.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that information for the committee. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Does the juvenile detention centers, do they ever reach out to faith-based organizations? I've seen such a transformation in young people when they work with and meet with and are joined up with and have social meetings with young people who are very stable and have a walk with God and have a faith. And sometimes they've never even been introduced to that. Do they have any churches that come to the facility or have an opportunity to have any faith-based interaction?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. I don't know that I'm the best one to answer that for juvenile detention centers. So when I've spoken with some of the directors, I know that broadly speaking, they oftentimes rely on a lot of partnerships from community organizations to provide services at the facility. But I don't know if I can specifically answer that question. At KJCC, we have several churches, both as organizations and then individuals who come in on a volunteer basis. And I would agree that the services that they provide to youth at the facility and the relationships that they build, the mentoring and coaching relationships, those are vital for kids. And so I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that regarding a juvenile detention center.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Schlingensieben.
I might say something to the senator's question. I know the Kairos Torch program, for example, has been in that facility for many, many years, and one of my own church members has been active in it probably over 25 years. They do a very powerful kind of pre-release program that has been, as far as I can tell, I don't know what metrics are used, fairly successful. I think there's definitely value in creating community, both within and then afterwards outside of the facility, and helping individuals to be cared for by a committed community that really wants to help them to adjust and adapt. And whether that's churches or whether those are other groups, is not certainly for me to decide. But I do know of one, and I have actually participated in one of those events at the facility, and been very impressed with the work that they do. So, yeah, thank you for that question. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
I'll come back to you, but I have, so when I toured the Hutchinson Correctional Facility, which is obviously adults, we were told, and we actually saw that faith-based organizations were coming into the facility and offering services and so forth. And so I'm just curious if you know whether that's also true in the juvenile correctional facility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have faith-based organizations who come into the facility regularly, and they sometimes they may be offering a religious service or mass. Sometimes it's one-on-one discipleship with some of the youth, or maybe they do a Bible study or in a group setting. There's a lot of different organizations who come in and do that with the youth at KJCC.
You, Senator Balscadillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do believe that there is a, what is it, the youth faith, I don't know the acronym. I was going to introduce the bill that we couldn't use acronyms, Mr. Chairman, but I know there's that youth program that goes in there, and they are helpful. But what I want to ask, and maybe some information can be provided later. So when we follow up on Senator Kelly Warren's question, when we talk about, or you stated that a certain percentage of the youth come in and they need mental services right away. So what's the difference? Because I know a lot of young people, and it's a fad thing, they all have therapists. And they're functioning in the world. So I'm kind of interested when you talk about they need it right away, it's severe. Is it because of the trauma of the, was it trauma that occurred in the home prior to you doing the intake with them? What is the initial reason that they need these mental services right now? Because I don't know, after a while, anyone could be sane and be incarcerated with nothing and need mental services, or they're struggling, they're in poverty, they can't pay their bills, they're getting all these phone calls, even lately, Mr. Chairman, and I think we should try to do something about all these scam phone calls I'm getting. Gosh, how can we fix that? It's about to drive me crazy, those. So just what is that, other than what you've already shared with Senator Warren, what is it? Are they attacking the guards? What is the, or is it just drugs? Or, I mean, I mean, are they ready to commit suicide, or do they just need a therapist? I just want to figure out. Thank you.
That's a pretty broad question, but you can address whichever portion you might want to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a broad question, and I don't know that I can speak to all of the causes of a mental health diagnosis. When I emphasize that it's important for us to connect a youth who's coming into detention with mental health services when there's an identified need, a big reason for that is because a correctional setting is not designed, has not always been designed as a therapeutic intervention. And there's a lot of information out there that tells us that a correctional setting can actually make those worse, because you're really talking about, in some sense, isolation from peers sometimes, and confinement. And for those of us who have really great coping skills, it would be difficult for us to be isolated from peers and from other people. But then you throw in a 14 or 15-year-old youth who doesn't have the same coping skills or doesn't have the same ability, like resilience, to bounce back from really difficult situations. Those types of settings can make it worse.
Okay. Your last, I think you have one more topic, the adult community-based services.
I do. I just have one more slide.
Thank you.
So on the adult side of what we do in community-based services, Over the last few years, we've worked with community corrections directors to evaluate our current training process for our risk needs assessment. So I talked about the risk need assessment that we use on the juvenile side. We use something similar but different on the adult side. And then we also have a specific risk need assessment for female offenders because their needs are unique, and so we have a different assessment that helps us assess risk for our female offenders. And so we have focused on some training processes and revising some training processes from community corrections so that we can get community corrections folks through that training a lot faster so that they can do the work out in the community. One of the recent things that we have done is through a Bureau of Justice Assistance grant. The Department of Corrections worked with an organization called the Carey Group, and we purchased what's called a supervisor's briefcase for all of the judicial districts. We purchased plenty of them through this grant. And then we've been able to go out and deliver training to community corrections agencies on this supervisor's briefcase. So what this briefcase does is it is a sort of a toolkit for supervisors to coach and teach their staff on delivering evidence-based practices with probationers. And so, so far we've done, I believe it's 25 trainings, and we have 20 judicial districts who are currently implementing this. This was voluntary. We didn't require necessarily that every district to do it, but we have 20 who have signed up and who are currently doing that. And we continue to offer that. So if the other 11 want to implement that, we're happy to do that training with them. Each year, when community corrections agencies submit their applications to us, they also create what's called an agency case plan. And this plan is an opportunity for them to identify areas that they want to improve on and strategies and goals that will help their agency better align with evidence-based practices. I have a couple of examples of some of the goals that community corrections agencies have established. Such as by September 1st, 2025, which we're already past that, so I'm confident that they did this. The agency will practice 4-to-1 positive reinforcement ratio towards clients to promote positive behavioral change. So we know that individuals are more likely to gravitate towards behaviors where there's an incentive. That probably makes sense, but it's the same with our population that we work with on probation. And so this specific agency wanted to really focus on incentives that they use with their population. Our DOC regional staff work with these agencies throughout the year to work on achieving these goals, and then the agencies submit quarterly progress reports to our staff, and we provide feedback on that to those agencies. And then the last thing I'll mention is we have some fantastic community corrections directors across the state that we work with, people who have been doing this work for decades. But we also know that we have some, because they have so much experience and they've been doing this for a while, they're going to be retiring soon. And so our staff recognized a need to help build up future leaders. And so they put together a new directors mentoring program where we pair up new directors with tenured directors, subject matter experts to really help with the continuity of knowledge and passing on knowledge to new directors to support that work from across the state. And it's really the directors who are doing that work. So I'll be honest with you, it's not our staff who are doing that mentoring or that coaching. It's the directors who have stepped up and they're doing that mentoring and coaching for new directors across the state. So those are just some of the things that we're doing in community-based services. I'm going to stop there and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Milner. We've had questions, but I'm open for more. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was waiting for that slide that says questions. Of the population at KJCC, I guess it is, do you have a rough idea as to how many of those people come from child in need of care, foster care environments as opposed to more traditional families?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I don't know an exact number for that.
I don't need an exact number. Do you have a rough estimate as to how much of the population comes from foster care as opposed to more traditional family relationships?
If I were to take a guess, I would probably say about a third of the population at KJ has had prior child welfare involvement. I could be wrong on that, but if I had to take a guess, that's what it would
But
be.
for example, if I have a son who's a little miscreant, he's probably had involvement with child welfare agencies before, but he's still living at my house. Do you have any handle on how many folks are coming out of foster care environments and ending up AJCC?
I do not have a good number for that.
Would you all have access to any data like that? Do you keep that kind of data to help us get an idea as to, should we invest our money in foster care? Should we invest our money in something else?
Mr. Chairman, thankfully, we have a great working relationship with the Department of Children and Families, and so we can get that data between our data, and we can cross-reference that.
I
with
was
theirs.
just thinking that as a part of intake, I would presume that there's some inquiry made about the child's living environment prior to their commitment to your program. I would think it would be there somewhere.
We absolutely ask about it. This is a technology thing. So in our case management system, the little checkbox that asks about prior child welfare involvement, it's not a mandatory field. So if I pull that information, I'm not 100% confident that that gives you exactly the number that you are looking for.
I hope you understand what my quandary is.
Mhm.
Where should I spend the taxpayers' dollars? Should I invest it in the foster care program in the hopes that the child never lands on your doorstep? Or do you have a resident population that primarily comes from traditional families? Hence, I need to look at a different approach. If I might, my second question, Mr. Chair, of the people who leave KJCC, they age out, they complete sentence, whatever. Do we have a handle on how many of those residents go on to commit either additional juvenile offenses or offenses that land them over at the big house, so to speak? I'm trying to see how effective is that program. Recidivism rate would be an easy way to say.
So I haven't seen the data that we just recently pulled, but our prior data, I believe, was right around 73-ish% success rate for youth who leave
Is that
KJCC,
based
meaning
on roughly a 5-year follow-up period or
it's 3 years.
3 years?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So who's responsible for the Reese's peanut butter cup on my desk? Is somebody wanting favors? Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the last, well, I guess second to last item on our agenda, which is a presentation on HB 2329. We'll start with a bill brief.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Mr. Thompson, please tell us about the bill.
All right, for the record, Jason Thompson, Revisor's Office. You have the bill brief in your packet. It's long and gets into the nitty-gritty of the statutory amendments. I know some of you appreciate that and will read that. I'm not going to dig into those for the committee. You also have a copy of the bill. If you want to look at a particular provision, I'll try to point you to where that is. But again, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty. I want to give the time back to the stakeholders here. I will point out that the bill did come out of the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. And then it was amended on the House floor. It was really a technical amendment to do what the committee passed. We left one thing out. So Chairman Lewis brought that amendment. It was put on the House floor, and then it passed the House with that amendment, 106 to 16, middle of March, and it now resides in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Time just kind of left it there. So that is the status of the bill. It is alive, ready for action by the Senate. I will point out in my review of the bill, there are some dates that would need to be changed. There are some, technical things that need to be fixed that we caught in a further review. But the beauty of the process is we have more time to do that on the Senate side or in a conference committee or whenever we get that chance as your revisers. So the bill essentially has 6 items in it, and it's kind of covered in that first paragraph, the short title that we created. It increases the cumulative detention limit for juvenile offenders. It increases the criminal penalties for juvenile offenders who use a firearm in the commission of an offense or who are repeat offenders. It provides for increased placement of offenders in non-foster home beds in youth residential facilities. It requires the Secretary of Corrections to pay for the costs associated with those placements. It requires the Kansas Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, that's who you heard from yesterday, to monitor the impact and effectiveness of those placements. And finally, it authorizes the Secretary of Corrections to make expenditures from monies in the evidence-based programs account that we've been talking about the last couple of days in order to contract for those residential facility beds. All of that leads to a bill with 8 sections amending current law. As I said, the memo gets into those in a little bit more detail. I'll kind of try to keep it high level. The first section is the revised Kansas Juvenile Justice Code statute that has your sentencing alternatives. In subsection A, there's 13 different provisions about what can be done when you've been adjudicated as a juvenile offender, or you're getting a sentence modification, or you violated a condition of your sentence. They're kind of all the different placement options for you there. The bill amends a couple of them. First, it amends the one that says the court can place the juvenile in the custody of the Secretary of Corrections. This one expired in 2018, but the bill revives it and also says not only can the court place them in the custody of the Secretary, they can order the Secretary to place that juvenile in a youth residential facility. So that's what that change does. The bill also amends provision A13, which is one about adjudicating that a firearm was used in the commission of a felony offense. That's the one that says the judge can commit that person to the custody of the Secretary of Corrections for placement in a juvenile correctional facility or a youth residential facility, and it has minimum and maximum terms, regardless of their risk level. So this is the current law about firearms. So the bill says, makes a change to that so that if a firearm was possessed or used during the commission of a felony offense, they can be placed in the Secretary's custody. And the minimum term goes from 6 months to 12 months in the bill, and the maximum term increases from 18 months to 24 months. So there's both a change in the verbiage to possessing or using a firearm, and there's a change in the minimum, 6 to 12 months, and the maximum, 18 to 24 months. So that's the second provision there. The third change in this statute is a subsection G, which is about juveniles going into detention for no longer than 30 days. And then also mentions the cumulative detention limit of 45 days, which is amended in the bill. Essentially, it just changes that maximum number from 45 days to 90 days. So over the course of your case, double the amount of detention is available for the offender. The last thing in this particular section 1 is a new subsection that deals with the short-term alternative placements in emergency shelters and therapeutic foster homes. It's kind of a subset of juvenile offenders that meet specific criteria. The bill essentially just says if you order one of those short-term placements, the secretary will be responsible for those costs, and they will contract with the shelters and therapeutic foster homes to facilitate placement of those offenders. So it just basically places that more clearly with the Secretary of Corrections. Section 2 then gets into a very particular placement issue. Right now, the secretary would have discretion if a youth is placed with them, but this makes clear that the court actually has some power to direct a specific placement by the secretary. It's related to one of the changes I mentioned in section 1. Section 3 then gets into the code statute about requirements for placing a juvenile in the juvenile correctional facility, which we were just talking about in the last presentation. So this would be you're sent to Topeka to go to KJCC. There's a provision about chronic offenders. That's a term of art defined in the statute. Essentially, the change in this section is that the offenders that are assessed as moderate risk offenders that are in that category may be committed to the juvenile correctional facility. Right now, it is limited to high-risk offenders. So it essentially expands the risk level of the folks that can be sent that are in that chronic offender category. Second, the bill deals with this rebuttable presumption of certain offenders age 10 to 14 that are serious offenders, and they're placed in youth residential facilities instead of the juvenile correctional facility. Essentially, the bill just says that the secretary has to ensure placement of those folks in youth residential facilities in a timely manner, and that they will be responsible for the costs associated with all aspects of that placement. So again, putting all of that directly with the secretary. Section 4 is the code statute that deals with overall case length limits. I think you've heard some discussion about that in the committee the last couple of days. Again, the only change in this section is about the cumulative detention limit, which is kind of a subset of the case length limit. Right now, it's 45 days over the course of your case, and the bill changes that to 90 days. I would point out that the cumulative detention limit does not apply to off-grid felonies or non-drug severity level 1 through 4 felonies, and there's no change to that. So current law and going forward, there's no detention limit for those very high level felony offenses. But for everybody else, the detention limit would essentially double from 45 to 90. Section 5 then is about the contracts for youth residential facility beds. So this would facilitate the secretary contracting for those beds that are ordered in the statute. The bill says that there will be not less than 35 nor more than 45 of these non-foster home beds in youth residential facilities, and not more than 15 beds in any single facility. So they have to be spread out a little bit. Finally, there's a requirement in there about regional allocation of the beds based on the needs of the region, using available data, and then the secretary is responsible for all the costs associated with these beds. Then we get into how they pay for some of that. Actually, that's the section or two down the road here. Section 6, we get into the statute that establishes the Kansas Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. That's who you heard from yesterday, chaired by Mr. Heimer from the Johnson County District Attorney's Office. Essentially, the only new thing is requiring the committee to monitor the impact and effectiveness of the changes made in this bill regarding non-foster home beds in youth residential facilities. So putting that charge with that committee who reports to you. So that would be the oversight mechanism. Section 6 then gets into the funding. This is the evidence-based programs account statute. We've been talking about a lot over the last couple of days. In addition to all the current authorized expenditures, the bill says the Secretary of Corrections shall make expenditures of an amount not to exceed $10 million in any fiscal year to contract for these non-foster home beds in youth residential facilities. So there's your authorization for the secretary to spend that amount of money from the evidence-based programs account. And then the last section deals with juvenile intake and assessment, which we've also been talking about quite a bit. There's currently, and I think we've talked about this some, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but there's the risk assessment and there's an override function. So you can do an assessment and it says one thing, and there's a way to override what would normally happen. The bill kind of adds a requirement that the court will approve an override function of the risk assessment tool when a juvenile is alleged to have possessed or used a firearm during the commission of their offense. And in that instance, so just again with firearm offenses, the juvenile intake and assessment worker or the court will place that juvenile in a juvenile detention facility. So it's essentially just an override of the detention tool in these firearm cases. I think that's it. Hopefully that's enough to get us started, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions? If not, thank you very much for that. Yeah. Senator Gossage, we'll start with you. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Jason. So the piece regarding the cumulative days from 45 to 90. So does that only come into play if, in fact, the firearm to a real offender, so not to any youth with a gun?
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator, there's kind of two different pieces to that. So there are specific provisions just for offenders that have firearms possessed or used during the commission. And that has more to do with overriding an assessment and placing them in detention or with their sentence if they're adjudicated later on, and where they're sent and how long they're sent to either a residential facility or to KJCC that we were just talking about. The change from 45 to 90 on cumulative detention is for all juvenile offenders. So I think you'll hear some of the testimony on this. Sometimes the 45 isn't enough is the argument, and they would like more potentially to be used. It doesn't say you have to use it. It is available to be used over the course of the juvenile's case, but that's for everyone.
Jason Thompson, you did it again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. All right, let's move on then. Thank you. We're going to now go to presentations from various stakeholders, and we're going to start with Michael Walden. He's in the audience. Michael Walden. Okay. He did put in written testimony. We'll move on then to Allison. Is it Pate? P-A-T-E? Okay. And she's Vice President of Residential Services at Ember Hope in Sedgwick County. And it's a provider of youth residential housing in Sedgwick County. Thank you for being here, and please tell us what we need to know.
Our proposal for a specialty secure psychiatric residential treatment facility, otherwise known as a PRTF, when you're talking about acronyms, and for considering our request for implementation, advocacy, and financial support. So Ember Hope Youthville was founded in 1927 by the Methodist Church. It was in Newton, Kansas, and it was a home for orphaned and abandoned children. For 98 years, we have consistently provided residential care to adolescents and children for the state of Kansas. We currently have a psychiatric residential treatment facility that is licensed for 12 beds in Newton, Kansas, as well as a youth residential center 2, which is licensed for 20 beds on our campus in Goddard, Kansas. And so we are doing 2 different types of residential care currently. We appreciate this committee's commitment to identifying effective ways to deal with youth in crisis, as well as recognizing the important role that congregate care can play in allowing youth in crisis to get the help that they need. Today, we're here to present a specific model on, like I said, a specialized, secure psychiatric residential treatment facility. It's a facility type that does not exist today in Kansas. And a secure PRTF is a 24-hour residential treatment facility. It is a locked facility where the egress, the exits and entrances are under just the control of staff. But it is also a treatment facility, and so it still is required to meet the requirements of they have a psychiatric condition that either cannot be safely met in the community, so the youth has to present a danger to themselves or others. That cannot be safely met in the community. Their condition is not improving with the services they're getting in the community, or you can't prevent regression from occurring, is when they would be placed in a psychiatric residential treatment facility. It gives them there's a high degree of supervision, therapeutic intervention, and consistent structure. And it being a secure treatment program, it is able to allow a higher level of care than we're able to provide in traditional psychiatric residential treatment facilities. Those doors are not locked. They're on what is called a delayed egress system, where if a kid hits the door, those doors have to pop open within 15 to 30 seconds, depending on facility. This specialty level of treatment is needed to support youth in the state whose needs are too intense for the current PRTF programs. So in the spring of 2024, Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services had McKinsey complete an environmental study of the psychiatric residential treatment facilities in the state. And it was done in order to look at access to care, look at gaps, see what was still needed. The environmental study identified what we believe to be a critical concern, and it's a lack of available beds for complex cases. Complex cases are youth whose needs extend beyond the standard mental health treatment because of severity, variety, or interaction with multiple factors affecting their functioning and care. And a complex case is typically involving a combination of the following: either co-occurring disorders, so the youth has more than one mental health diagnosis; severe behavioral challenges, so very intense aggression, self-harm, property destruction; developmental or neurocognitive factors, so youth that are have intellectual disabilities, autism spectrum, traumatic brain injuries that would require specialized treatment; trauma history, so we've heard a lot today about the ways that trauma can impact youth, and so youth with extensive and chronic exposure to trauma impacts our ability to emotionally regulate and to kind of just cope with day-to-day life. Medical comorbidities, so youth with seizures, diabetes, other medical issues, as well as family or placement instability. And so, in essence, complex cases require multidisciplinary, individualized, and higher intensity treatment approaches, as traditional outpatient and existing residential facilities do not have the structure, staffing, or expertise to meet the needs safely and effectively. Therefore, we're proposing this secure PRTF model to address the needs of these clients who present with these complex cases. So the data gathered in this environmental study showed there's a higher risk of PRTF denial for certain factors. Examples would be high aggression, youth diagnosed with conduct disorder as their primary mental health diagnosis were two. And it also showed that the proportion of youth on the PRTF waitlist in Kansas who have been denied by multiple PRTFs across the state increased greater than 3% from 2019 to 2024, was 18% of the waitlist in 2019. By 2024, those youth accounted for 63% of the waitlist. PRTFs in Kansas currently do not have facility design or workforce structure to support these complex cases, was also a finding of that report. So we are proposing to develop, build, and open a secure PRTF program located on our Goddard campus. We purchased the Goddard property to build a brand new state-of-the-art facility that would become a secure PRTF. And upon securing the funding to build this program, we have established a couple of different plans to give people ideas of what to look at. The first would be a 32-bed facility. Both these plans are single rooms, so the youth would not have roommates. It allows you to serve different levels of high-risk behaviors. 16 males, 16 females in completely different parts of the facility. And the 32-bed facility would have, for each gender, one 8-bedroom pod and 2 4-bedroom pods. The 4-bedroom pods would be available for youth that either needed a higher level of supervision or there's a lot of youth that need less stimulus from their peers, and the noise and everything going around them can escalate them. And so you want those 4-bed pods available for those youth as well. This would be a new build from the ground up on our property. We don't have an existing building that you could get to be 32 beds. And that project would be estimated at between $34 and $36 million. The second one would be a 24-bed, 12 males, 12 females. You would have 1 8-bed and 1 4-bed for each gender, same situation. This would allow us to utilize the current building that we are utilizing for our youth residential center. Would require extensive renovations, obviously, to get it to be the state-of-the-art facility we need it to be and to be a secure facility. This project would be estimated between 21 and 23 million. There are kind of renderings that the architects have done, as well as drawings in my written testimony that you guys can refer to. So we've developed all of these along with some more comprehensive plans in conjunction with Alloy Architecture. And if the committee wants, those are available. More detailed summaries are available upon request from any of you. We believe that the need in Kansas has hit a critical place for secure psychiatric residential treatment facilities. This would allow for a unique care delivery model that isn't currently available. And it addresses the most complex and significant needs of our youth while providing an in-state option, reducing the necessity for Kansas families to have to go out of state elsewhere for services because Kansas children deserve access to care from a Kansas provider. We would respectfully request that the committee adopt a recommendation urging the state's budget committee to include a financial appropriation for the construction costs of a secure PRTF facility. This is a one-time funding request critical to helping address the safety and security needs of our most high-risk youth in Kansas who need this more intensive therapeutic intervention. Thank you.
You have any questions? Representative Carmichael.
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So are you proposing that we use state dollars to build a facility for Ember Hope?
We are. And it's, I think it ties into the last 2 days of testimony with, because it would serve these youth we're talking about in this hearing.
And so Ember Hope would own this facility?
Yes. And there are other, like our grant writers are writing grants. There's other things that are being done behind the scenes, but yes.
And so we take taxpayer money, we give it to Ember Hope to build a building that's owned by Ember Hope and that would become an asset of that corporation?
That is what we're asking, yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Representative Schlingensieben.
Can I just ask you to confirm the truth that your executive director was let go today? Is that true or not true?
I am not able to speak to any personnel matters outside of Ember Hope Youthville because that would be another agency, but I can give you the contact information for our president and CEO if you're interested in that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is someone well known to most of us, Ed Klump from the Kansas Chiefs of Police, Kansas Police Peace Officers Association, and Kansas Sheriff's Association. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chair Warren and committee members, it's a pleasure to be here. I am indeed Ed Klump, and I do indeed represent the Kansas Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Chiefs, the Kansas Peace Officers Associations. I want to thank you for allowing us to address the committee on this topic. This is one we've provided testimony on numerous times over the past 10 years, and we're certainly honored to be able to present this. To start out with, I want to be really clear on what our association's position is on Senate Bill 367. which was passed in 2016. We have no desire to roll back the things that were changed in Senate Bill 367 to a place where we were in 2015, okay? A lot of people think that's where we want to go. It's not where we want to go. There was a clear need to address the over-incarceration that was occurring at the time in the Kansas juvenile justice system. And so the bulk of the changes were designed to address those issues. The problem we do encounter is with the very small percentage of juvenile offenders that do not appear to us to be responding positively under the current limitations that are set out in statute, and those that are violent, repeat, and high-risk offenders being released far too quickly, especially pre-adjudication, and also those with firearms. We have too many of these offenses involving the use of firearms. We were excited to see House Bill 2392, which now also contains House Bill 2325, pass the House last year, and we are looking forward to hearings in the Senate in the coming session and see where that bill will end up. Just as a point of information and history, I want to talk a little bit about the Juvenile Justice Task Force that was created in 2015 that led up to Senate Bill 367. And I was asked to serve on that committee representing law enforcement. I was the only law enforcement representative on the task force. There was also only one prosecutor on the task force. There were multiple judges, juvenile justice professionals, and others on the task force. In that task force, we received a great deal of information, data on what was currently happening back in 2015 in the juvenile justice system. And it was very abundantly clear that we had a real issue with the incarceration rate and the length of incarceration of juveniles committing minor offenses. And there was very little, if any, dissension that we needed to do something about those problems. And certainly wasn't any from law enforcement or from the prosecutors on that. Information was also presented to us about best practices. There was comparisons between what was happening in Kansas, what was happening in other states. So there was a wealth of information that was presented to the task force as we moved through that. The thing that developed in that task force was something that we continue to hear today in testimony on bills on this topic. And that is that data shows that incarceration, even in small amounts, is not in the best interest of the development of the child in especially minor offenses. And that often is referred, when talked about, I know in the task force they talked about in the low 90% of the kids did not fare well when incarcerated long term. And I believe that number was 93% back then. And that's where the title on my testimony came from when I talk about the 7%ers. Our concern all along has been, what about that other 7%? And those are the chronic offenders as juveniles. They're the violent offenders for the most part. And so that's where our concern lies. A lot of those juveniles are involved in homicides, serious aggravated battery cases, rape cases, gang activity, and other violent offenses. We also have agencies that talk to us repeatedly about the repeat offenders. Well, they're pre-adjudication, they've been arrested, they're in the system, and then they're released back to the home, and then they're out committing crimes again, sometimes the same day. And so those are our concern as well. Unfortunately, the work group kind of pushed those concerns aside and focused on the 93%. And prior to the last meeting, I had a conversation along with the prosecutor that was on that with the chair and asked if we couldn't have some time to discuss that further. He assured we would. However, they ran out of time and that never was taken up again. And it's our opinion that as a result, Senate Bill 367 developed with a very good solution for 93% of the juvenile offenders, but they applied it over 100% of the juvenile offenders. And it has left this gap of what do we do with these very violent repeat offenders. So 10 years later, here we are talking about it yet, and now we have data on what has happened over those 10 years, and I want to talk a little bit about that. So this data isn't in my testimony because I spent the rest of this week, the first 4.5 days, down in a conference with the Sheriff's Association, and I gathered this data down there, just happened to run across some people that were talking about it. So in Sedgwick County, between 2016 and 2024, there were 56 juvenile offenders charged with homicide in Sedgwick County. And that represents 14.6% of the homicides that occurred in Shawnee County over those years. Also in Sedgwick County, 2014 to 2016, in those 3 years, there was a yearly average of 14 juvenile offenders involved in a crime with the use or possession of a firearm. And that's all crimes, not just homicides. Keep that number in mind, 14. In Sedgwick County in 2017, the year after Senate Bill 367 took effect, through 2024, the average per year has been 77 kids committing crimes in possession of or using a firearm. The lowest number was 48 in those years. The highest number was 105. We are convinced that change needs to come in how we deal with this 7%. And we think House Bill 25 or 2392 is a good start to that conversation. Our concerns that are addressed in House Bill 2329 circle around the term limits, although that's not our main focus. The repeat offenders, violent offenders, and cases where juveniles possess or used a firearm during the crime. Again, those are the highlights of what our members talk to us about, where the biggest problems are. I don't want to minimize the fact that our concerns are also circled around public safety, victims, and victimization. When we have a criminal, I don't care whether it's a juvenile or an adult, that is going out doing repeated offenses, that means more victims, more victimization that could have been prevented if we held this person longer. And that's the focus of it. There's also some concern on the property side where we have repeat property offenders causing an egregious amount of damage or dollar loss to victims. And one of the worst that we're confronting right now is auto thefts. Although those numbers are starting to go down now, the auto theft rate with juvenile offenders is also high. And those often are repeat offenders. And oftentimes those stolen cars are being used in other offenses. So our association support those modifications and to address those concerns that are in the House bills that are still active. And we certainly support the progress that has been made through Senate Bill 367 on that 93% of the juvenile offenders that we feel are having better outcomes now, and we're seeing that also in our work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klump. Yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I think my first part of the question might be for the reviser, just for some clarification before I move on to my other question. But is the definition of firearm in this legislation, would that be in line with criminal use of weapons law that prohibits the transfer or possession of firearms with a barrel less than 12 inches to a juvenile, to somebody under the age of 18? Because I couldn't find a definition for firearm in the bill.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, so firearm is not defined in 382302 in the Juvenile Offender Code. I was just double checking that too. But it is defined in the Criminal Code, And that's where you'd be looking at the offenses. So I think that's the definition you would use. So it should be consistent with the definitions in the criminal code that you're talking about.
Okay, so we're talking mostly, this would only, the changes would mostly only apply to handguns.
Essentially, yes. I mean, usually when we're talking firearms, it's that kind of category, but there are exceptions, obviously.
Sure. So the reason I asked this question is because with criminal use of weapons law, if a juvenile is in possession of a handgun, there may have been another crime committed, two crimes going on here, one by an adult, since it's against the law to sell those guns to kids. And so, you mentioned auto theft, and I also have a concern if someone, a juvenile, steals a car and there's also a gun in there, and then we're automatically treating that as if they used the gun. So I guess the question I'm getting to here is, what prevention things can we also do as the legislature to prevent the guns from being transferred to these kids in the first place? And are there investigations in place to see if there was some bad actor, I don't know, maybe an FFL or a straw purchase or something like that, gun trafficking? I mean, I just think there are more things that we can do other than just crack down on the kids. There could be some other bad actors out there contributing to this very alarming increase in children being involved with crimes while in possession of firearms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for the question. First, I want to be clear. We're not talking about a child who simply possesses a firearm and that's the only crime they're charged with. Our concern is when they're out doing burglaries and auto thefts and all those things while they possess a firearm. We always actively investigate where a firearm comes from anytime it's involved in a crime. And in a case like you mentioned with the auto theft and the gun was in the car, that's going to come out in the investigation. And I can't imagine a prosecutor that would prosecute the child for possessing a firearm that belonged to the owner of the vehicle that they left in the car, unless they then took that firearm and used it in a crime. I mean, just the mere fact it's there, I don't think is going to get them charged with that. I will say that many of our auto theft cases, especially when we catch them moving, end up in foot pursuits. And many times we see foot pursuits turn into carjackings. They simply run up to another car, stopped at a red light, and carjack the car. And so all of those come into play. So the data that I cited is where the child has been charged with a crime and the firearm was either possessed or used in the crime by the child. That's my understanding of the data anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I? And so if we are investigating where the firearm comes from, is that data that you could share, or I'd just be very interested in that.
You mean on a case-by-case basis? I'm not sure what.
Okay, so I wrote down investigating where the firearm comes from. So, the way I see it, that these crime guns, like I have heard a lot from Sedgwick County. You've seen a lot of cases, guns being stolen from vehicles, then used in crimes. Are these ghost guns? Are they 3D printed? Most of these not having serial numbers on them? Were they from home? Were they a parent's gun? Was it a straw purchase? I've always struggled to figure out where all these guns are coming from, and I think that we need a better picture of that.
So the answer to that question, and the short answer is yes, all of those. We see all of those. I don't know in what numbers. I don't have any data on that. I don't know if we have good data on where those come from. I think we might have it within some agencies that track that better than others. I don't know if we have any state data on actually where the firearm came from. The ATF also reports some data on that, globally or across the country, but I just don't know if we have any data that would be helpful in those kind of decisions right now. Might be, I'm just not aware of them.
Thank you.
I have a request. You mentioned data that you weren't able to put in your written testimony. Could you just put a short memo together and send it to the committee with that information?
I'd do that.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to return, if I may, to the colloquy between Representative Hoy and our revisor. I just want to make sure, Mr. Revisor, with the chair's leave, 2329, as amended by the House and lies before the Senate now, as it deals with enhancements, if you will, for penalties for juveniles who commit crimes with firearms, I think that would encompass both pistols and rifles or long guns, even though the statute about transferring firearms has to do, to juveniles has to do apparently with pistols, 12-inch barrel or less. Did we catch the AR-15 within the net of HB 2329?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, and that's part of why I was struggling with the answer there. We're talking about two different definitions. So the definition of firearm in the criminal code, KSA 215111, for anybody that needs that site, is the broader, any weapon designed to propel a projectile by force of explosion or combustion, right? So all kinds of firearms, not just small ones. And that's the definition I was referring to initially. My other indication was it would be consistent that still with the crime of possessing a firearm with a barrel less than 12 inches long by a person under 18, which is a separate crime of unlawful use of weapons, right? That's a particular crime for a particular size of firearm.
When I'm
So it's consistent
16,
with both.
when I was 16, I went hunting with shotguns, but Dad didn't loan me his .45, and that's probably good reason for that. Thank you.
So just to follow up, if I understand what's been discussed in that regard, the 2329's mention of use or possession during the use of a firearm or possession during the commission of a crime, that pertains to the broader firearm definition. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that would be my understanding. If you're looking for the definition of firearm as it's used in the Juvenile Offender Code, you would look to 215111, which is the broader definition of all firearms, long, short, all of them.
Mr. Klump, do you have anything else to?
Just real quickly, one piece of data that I failed to mention when I was talking about the 56 homicides in Sedgwick County over the past, I think it was 10 years. I was also told about 14%, I think the number is 8 of those involved a juvenile who had previously been charged with possessing or using a firearm in a crime. So I thought that was an interesting number as well.
Thank you.
And I'll get you that. I'll get you that.
One more question here. Senator Falscado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, being that you've mentioned Sedgwick County quite a bit. Well, actually, I've met with some other groups in Wichita, but we've met with the police chief, the current chief Sullivan there, and to discuss all of these gun shootings with people under 18. And it's really sad. And we are in Sedgwick County as well, working along with Sheriff Jeff Easter and others, trying to see what's going on. But I'll say this, the previous police chief, Gordon Ramsay, used to say, and now others are saying in the law enforcement, that they don't know who the bad guy is. You know, there was a time when they could ask for a permit for the gun, and or let's say that they stopped someone in a traffic stop. They would give them their driver's license and a permit. They knew who was who. And they did talk about the high guns that are being stolen from vehicles. So I don't know your thoughts on that. I think it needs to be a statewide, because we've got the holidays coming up and people will be looking in vehicles for packages or what have you. I don't know, but it's a serious, serious issue. In Cedric County, I've been going to stop the gun violence vigils just like every week. It's become the norm. So any more insight other than giving the stats, because I'm feeling really special today being from Cedric County. Any other reasons that these shootings are occurring so much for youth under age of 18?
Well, I think there's a lot of causative factors or factors that lead into children acting violently. And I don't think it's just guns. I don't think it's, just being involved in other crime. I think we see more violence among kids today at a higher level than we saw when I was a kid or when I was a young police officer. And so, it's become rare now to get a call of a fist fight between kids. And when I was on the street, it was rare to get a call of a fight between kids where anybody had a gun. And what's precipitated that, I don't know. But I think there's a lot of behavioral factors that play into that, as well as access to guns. Certainly, firearms being stolen out of cars is a problem. Firearms being stolen out of homes is a problem. Firearms being stolen out of businesses is a problem. And that's why we kind of track those things. That's why we do crime prevention announcements and efforts like that to try to get people to, not leave their car in a fire or their firearm in a car, and those kind of things. But unfortunately, that's where we're at today. And I don't know what the quick answer to that is. I wish I did. I'd sell it. So. Thank you.
That is correct, Chairman.
And were telling me about problems you were having in your residential housing situation, and that's why I asked that you come and talk today.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 2329. This bill will help strengthen our juvenile justice system in Kansas by holding youth accountable and offering interventions through rehabilitative
Check to make sure you have your mic on. Is there a great, okay.
I'll speak up. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yep. So we want to hold Kansas youth accountable by offering interventions through rehabilitative alternatives when they commit serious offenses. This would support public safety and support community health. Some importance with this bill that I've seen is it provides placements for juvenile offenders in residential facilities. This would allow specialized setting for youth offenders and to keep them from filling our foster beds. We see that a lot in Southeast Kansas. It requires the Kansas Department of Corrections to pay for the cost of placements. This will give the DOC, or Kansas Department of Corrections, an investment to make the necessary interventions for youth offenders. I think that's really important. The funding authorized through the evidence-based programs account will show the state's commitment to rehabilitating youth offenders through residential placements and maintain integrity of foster home beds. By increasing the penalty for the use of a firearm in the commission of offense, the state will reinforce accountability and safety to our communities. By increasing the cumulative detention limit, repeat offenders and juveniles who have been identified as high risk can begin receiving assessments for mental health, behavioral health, and substance abuse counseling as provided in House Bill 2021. Some benefits: public safety. Youth who are repeat offenders or using a firearm in the commission of an offense will be held accountable. This will send a clear message to our communities of accountability and protecting the rights of victims of serious offenses. The long-term cost effectiveness. By investing in residential placements, the state can use evidence-based programming to reduce recidivism and improve outcomes for juvenile offenders. Rehabilitative opportunities. By utilizing residential placements, the state increases the opportunities for youth to receive focused interventions, education, and longer-term mental health services. Fairness and community equity. Many Kansas youth who encounter the juvenile justice system, they're facing some kind of trauma in their life already. This bill will strengthen the juvenile justice system's ability to respond appropriately to the individual and not defaulting to a punitive reaction. Some personal context. Within the Southeast Kansas region, we have seen youth involved in serious offenses using firearms. Those individuals made contact with law enforcement. They were not placed in juvenile detention. It was deemed for them to be placed back into the community. Those youth didn't participate in long-term support that they needed to be successful. One of those youth had come back to or actually made it to our detention on a separate charge. I have many examples of certain situations like this within the Southeast Kansas region. I strongly believe this bill will alter the trajectory for this youth specifically, but other youth like him, and help better support them and give them realistic interventions. Some considerations. As the legislation moves forward, it's my hope that the committee and legislators keep in mind a few of the following things. Residential facilities must have evidence-based programming. That's important. A well-staffed and monitored program for their effectiveness. I think that's vital for this success. Publicly reporting on the outcomes of evidence-based programming through transparency and accountability. Also, success through collaborating with our local communities, our juvenile justice stakeholders, our schools, communities, and our families. In conclusion, I believe that this House bill has a balanced approach to the Juvenile Justice Code, recognizes the seriousness of offenses used with a firearm, as well as the importance of placements that offer support and helps improve the trajectory of troubled youth in Kansas. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to our communities, as well as your commitment to making our state's juvenile justice system stronger and more effective.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Could you just give us a little bit of information about your own background, how long you've been working in the corrections and especially the juvenile justice system?
Yes. I have been in the juvenile justice system for 14 years. My bachelor's degree and my master's degree is both education. So I was a teacher as well as a part-time correction officer for the detention center. And when an administration role came open, I chose to go into administration with the juvenile detention center. I thought it would be a good opportunity for me to model positive behavior for the kids that we were seeing within our communities. We service 10 counties of Southeast Kansas. Collectively, we have a majority of our population that live at or below the poverty line. So we see a correlation with that and our crime rate down there. But what we try to do is we try to provide the safest alternative for kids that come into our facility. With House Bill 2021 allowing us to our gain assessments, which provides those screeners for behavioral health, mental health, and substance abuse. We've been able to partner with our local mental health center to provide services for kids on site. So when they come in within a short amount of time, within hours, we do these screenings and we get them set to go and provide those services and push in those services at the detention center. And that was something I wanted to be a part of. I wanted to help those kids and meet them where they are, because they're not just what their crime is, you know, and we want to focus on the whole individual. And I think that's really important and at times overlooked, especially in the punitive side of corrections. But that was what we were focused on, and I definitely wanted to be a part of that. I enjoyed teaching grade school, don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed that. But I did see a need in the detention center and wanted to follow that path and try to provide the support that I could.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Senator Escoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad the gentleman called you. Really appreciate your testimony and appreciate your willingness, your desire to your dedication and commitment to our youth. So I don't know if you've been able to listen to any of the comments today on your drive over, were you?
Fortunately, Senator, we were not.
Oh.
We were following the map, Senator.
Oh, you didn't just use your GPS?
Oh, man, yeah.
Oh. Well, but so then what do you think, if your opening statement of what has happened in your part of Kansas, so what's your solution? I mean, the legislation is here,
Sure.
but, you know, your 14 years of, you know, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Wonderful question. I would like to state that it's multifaceted. Just like an individual, there's layers to us all. I don't know if there's a one fix for everything. I do believe that simply holding people accountable is a start. I haven't seen that in my area. The Juvenile Detention Center in Southeast Kansas is a lot different than some of the other detention centers. We don't have juvenile intake in our facility. So we don't see the kids that are making that law enforcement contact. We see the kids that are override and they're admitted to detention. So we don't have the whole story. We just get a piece of it. So my opinion would be limited to that, but I do believe that in the last 4 years, I have seen a lot of agency calls to our facility in regards to kids who weren't in our facility. And how that works is young person made contact with law enforcement because they physically assaulted their foster parent and was arrested. The state agency thought that individual was at our facility. They called our facility and I had to report, no, we don't know who you're referring to. I apologize. Call juvenile intake and find out where they sent them. And that was a state agency that called on the behalf of that kid. And so I think not just holding the children accountable or the youth accountable, but we also need to hold ourselves accountable. And I think that's the big key right there. It's holding everyone accountable, whether that's through communication, transparency. Also in Southeast Kansas, we have a lot of youth who come to Southeast Kansas through the foster care system. And then when they're in Southeast Kansas, they get in trouble and they're sent to detention. Well, they might have already been in detention center in Sedgwick County or Douglas County or Johnson County. And our detention centers are not connected in the sense that we can communicate those things. So it makes it more challenging to find out some prior knowledge of an individual who may have been in detention. They might have a behavior summary or a case plan already in place. So it makes it a little more challenging for us. But my staff has done a really good job of tracking down that information, whether that's contracted state agency workers or the state itself to find that information. But if we can hold each other accountable and have transparency and communication, I think that is a big hurdle in itself. And providing the accountability for the youth who are using a firearm, I think that is also something that needs to be done. If we get a kid into detention, the goal isn't to keep him there. We don't look at that as a permanent solution. I hope that we're all in agreement with that. What I would say, it's a good opportunity to put a pause button on that individual, to push in services that that individual might need and they might not get elsewhere. That's what I would start with.
Seeing no further questions, we appreciate once again your coming. Yes, Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, this is just an informational question. When you say the juvenile detention centers across the state don't communicate with each other, is this because they're all county-run operations and there's no centralized form of communication, or am I missing something here?
Would you like me? Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. What I would say is we communicate through phone and email, but we don't have a database that we could use that would be so helpful for us. If we could communicate through a database and share information and files for kids, I think that would help us better service the kids that we get in Southeast Kansas who might not be from Southeast Kansas.
Just to guess on the answer, thank you for your answer, sir. Mr. Chairman, there's some way the state can help somehow help counties coordinate, especially if our youth are bouncing around from county to county. It seems to me like there ought to be some approach. See representative over there raising his hand. Thank you.
You want to speak to that, Representative Turk?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I agree. That is, I would argue that that is an executive branch function, coordinating through assets like OITS and things of that nature to give them, or at least guide them to appropriate software and modern technology that could do that. I don't know that we as a legislative body have a role necessarily. I'm sure it's arguable, but what I've seen in other areas.
Yeah, just thinking through it, it would seem to me either that would be a KDOC issue, or it might be KBI has database with respect to all sorts of information. I don't know that they keep it, but that's a possible place to put the information to. We can look into that. All right. Thank you once again, Mr. Weldon.
Certainly. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you.
Right. What I believe will be our last presenter is Brian Pete, Director of the Riley County Police Department. Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
Good.
Yourself?
Thank you. Sorry to put you at the end, but save the best for last.
There's a lot of people that would disagree with you on that one, Mr. Chair.
All right. Please tell us what we need to know.
Well, sir, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you all to the esteemed honorable members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. As I mentioned, a brief background on myself. I've been in law enforcement or leadership positions for about 24, investigative positions for about 24 more years. Started off born and raised in the south side of the city of Chicago. I am a proud Kansan now. I don't plan on going back, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because this is home and I want to do my civic duty to do what I can to make a difference where I live. So I've been in federal law enforcement with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. I moved over to the Chicago Police Department. There I served as a de facto school resource officer. My primary jurisdiction, if you will, or assignment was in the west side of the city of Chicago. I'm not sure if anyone ever heard of the 11th or the 10th districts, but a lot of different, it has a variety of different day-to-day activities that go on within there. So I got my teeth cut there as far as municipal law enforcement. And then I moved over to JP Morgan Chase on the private side, then over to the Inspector General's office for the city of Chicago for police accountability, consent decrees, those different types of things. And then became the police chief in both Alamogordo, New Mexico and Montpelier, Vermont. And here I am. It's been a great ride. But I'm hoping I have, you've heard testimony from a lot of people who are here in Kansas that understand the challenges and the difficulties that all of these things face. So I'm hoping that I may be able to, I can't compete with them. I don't want to compete with them. I want to work with them. So if there are any opportunities for me to volunteer, to meet what I think the spirit of this bill is trying to capture and everything moving forward. So I do have a very strong passion of juvenile justice, restorative justice, and accountability as it relates to all folks. When I learned about this House bill, I just wanted to be involved in this one because I think, this is, children's very personal for me. I think it's personal for everyone in here, which is why you're all here. And especially now, even though, even that my wife and we have one daughter, and we're about to start having more conversations about foster care and potentially adoption. So this is, again, it's especially important. And I want to echo what Mr. Klump had mentioned, because we want to make sure every system is able to do what it's intended to do. And we want to be careful of unintended consequences. I want to really commend you all. I'm not sucking up, because this is something that it's a very delicate situation. In a lot of places, this is a third rail, because you're talking about something, you're talking about children, you're talking about crime. And it's a hot button topic, but you all are taking this on head on, I think, in a very constructive way. And this leads back to conversations that some of the questions that were peppered here regarding nature versus nurture. These are always going to come up. Complex cases and what started this and what can be done. I think from my focus and coming from Riley County in my experiences, we are unique in the sense that I do have both the law enforcement side and the corrections side. Though we do not have a juvenile facility, we have to, when we're dealing with juveniles, we have to contract out with that. But we focus on looking at classifications, wraparound services, stability in the home and in the environment, and trying to prepare people. If you've been arrested, we're going to hold you accountable. But sooner or later, the majority of folks are going to get out. So how do we make you a productive citizen, again, while holding you accountable to what you have done? And then also trying to realize, probably going to say something not popular, but there are some people who are just going to continue doing what they're going to do. And only time will help them heal whatever they're dealing with. So how do we keep our community safe from that? Looking at it, I think, again, this committee has done a very, very thorough job in looking at this bill. Would also urge just how do we look at, when we talk about how do we stop these different types of things, what are going to be those best practices as they relate to, once we've got this cleaned up, how do we try to make sure that we don't have to continue building or continue having more and more foster care homes? How are we also going to try to do our best at tackling the issue so that we're not seeing this increase that, again, when I was a younger person as well, different than Mr. Klump, because when I was a young person, we were still fighting and shooting each other back where I'm from. But I see that higher here now, now being in Kansas. So with that, I just want to say that I want to put my money where my mouth is, and I want to volunteer to do anything that I possibly can to contribute to what this committee is working on doing with this House bill. And again, if there are any experiences that I have that may help, I really want to to a volunteer for doing that. And so again, thank you all very much for the opportunity to be here. There was recently, just before I came up, a conversation about speaking or communications back and forth with juvenile facilities. There are platforms out there that are HIPAA, CGIS, and FERPO compliant. So I think in this case, the information sharing would be much more of a case management type of a thing, rather than sharing of crime and previous instances. So with that, thank you again, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be here, and I stand ready to answer any questions that may be of me.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Do we have any questions? Senator Alscato and then Senator Owens.
Mr. Chairman, I always think if somebody comes to the podium, we should ask them a question, but I just want to say, this is unbelievable. What you're saying, you just want to volunteer. That's like really great. And wow, I just want to say thank you for your experience and insight, and thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Senator Owens.
Yeah, thank you. You have a vast amount of experience, and I'm sitting here was thinking, I had recently served on the Kansas Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, and I'm going to forward your testimony and willingness to serve to Don Heimer, who is the chairman of that committee. I don't know whether there's any openings currently or not. However, having your name in that mix would be great. You have such a diverse background from all the areas that you have been, but then that compassion for these juveniles and understanding that in a different way, I think would be a great asset. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you, sir.
Represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you for being here today. I was looking through your testimony, and there was another, I think you were here when I'm trying to get to the bottom of, is there data? Can we figure out how kids are accessing these firearms? And one I hadn't thought of that you mentioned in here is adult offenders may give weapons to juveniles during and after the commission of crimes to avoid accountability themselves. Could you give just a background in Riley County or other places you've seen? What do you believe, where do you think most of these guns are coming from? And is there anything lawmakers can do from a prevention perspective to reduce the number of firearms in the hands of our kids?
Yes, ma'am. I think from our standpoint in Riley County, and specifically with juveniles, we don't nearly have the issues that I had back in other jurisdictions related to juveniles with children or children with guns or juveniles with guns. But in previous places, Chicago in particular, what would happen is there would be an adult that would commit a crime, or they may pull the juveniles with them in commission of the crime, and then in some cases, maybe point to the juvenile or have the juvenile hold the gun, the drugs, anything else to that case, knowing that they're going to get lesser of a sentence than the adult would. So sometimes there's a manipulation piece to it. Sometimes there's coercion. Sometimes the juveniles are just going along with the ride because they truly have bad intentions. But through intensive investigations, having competent investigators, law enforcement, gathering evidence, we were normally able to run that down to understand or to find out who did what and where the weapon came from. For weapons within our jurisdiction, there is, I won't give a political opinion on it, but we've got, one of our issues is when we deal with Aggieville. And in Aggieville, so we have a constant watch that when we have officers that are free, they're going from in the parking lots and looking and seeing if there are weapons that are out in the open. And then if we see, hey, there's a red Jeep over here, and if we see somebody come out the bar yelling and screaming at somebody else and they're headed towards a red Jeep, we know that that folks are going to escalate the situation. But it also goes back to what Mr. Klump had said, that this is a new generation of folks that are trying to resolve conflicts or starting conflicts, and they're more violent prone, which is why I think with what you all are doing with this bill, especially in case management and looking at assessments. I think assessments are a huge part of it. Something like the PCLR, the youth version, would be a good thing to use in determining whether there is a psychopathy with juvenile youth and trying to determine who's most at risk of reoffending, things to that effect. But as far as those experiences, as you had mentioned with juveniles and the jurisdictions I've been in, that's where we've been looking at.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So before we close the presentation on the bill, I wanted to highlight that there was a written-only testimony provided by Lisa Southern, whom I know from Garden City. She's long time been involved in youth issues, juvenile justice issues. She's the director of the Compass Behavioral Health in Southwest Kansas, which covers 13 counties. And the testimony essentially talks about the problems that she's seen in working in the juvenile justice arena since the passage of Senate Bill 367, in particular, the problem that is resulting to the foster care system from kids that normally would have been perhaps incarcerated that are now being sent into either foster care homes, which aren't situated for them, or into their own homes, which aren't situated to handle them. So it's a short piece, well, actually 2 pages, but I'd urge you to look at that. All right. Sorry, mic's off. The last item of our agenda is, let's take a really a short 5-minute break. We'll come back and finish up in short order, I think. Or the next will be any recommendations that anybody on the committee has, ideas that they would like the committee to support. And we'll take that up in about 5 minutes. Mic on? We're good now? Hello? Yeah, good. All right, very good. Thank you. All right, so the last item on our agenda is discussion and recommendations, and I open the floor to whomever. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might have just a moment of privilege, I would like to extend my apologies to our conferees yesterday afternoon. As you might recall, during Director Schultz's testimony, I turned to my colleague on the right and the left and said, "Excuse me, but I need to leave." I wanted to hear what the folks from Progeny had to say. I will watch the tape. The same is true of Mr. DeMond from the ACLU, but I once again learned the lesson that eating frozen food out of an unknown date out of your freezer is not a good idea, and I do not recommend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, and we're glad that it didn't. You're back and able to use that special privilege that we have afforded to you. All right. Any other discussion? It's this isn't an interim committee. We aren't a committee that can pass legislation or a committee that can sponsor legislation. We're here mainly to get information, to prepare for the session that's coming up in January, kind of get a head start on that. And I think we've accomplished that in the last 2 days. I don't think it's necessary for the committee to pass resolutions, although if anyone wants to do that, I'm happy to entertain that. Seeing no hands. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Representative
thank you,
White.
Mr. Chair. I did have a number written up just in case I kind of thought others might have some of these as well. So if anyone else wants to make recommendations, I would jump in because I have a few. Okay. So first, I would ask the committee to provide support for community corrections funding enhancement request of $728,000, specifically allocating formula funds to judicial districts that would receive 50% or more in funding under the proposed model allocation funding formula.
All right. We'll open that up for discussion, and if anyone wants.
Which ones those are? Let me dig through this.
Yes, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you forgive my ignorance, and maybe this is a staff question, I don't know, but has it been typical for this committee to make specific budget recommendations like that? I just say that in the sense of, we have several appropriators on this committee, and if we want to encourage them to generally look at a topic, I like that idea, but if we don't typically do specifics, I'd like to just know what the tradition is.
Since I'm new to the committee, I'll leave that to, first of all, to the Ms. Kincaid, if she has information on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jillian Kincaid with Legislative Research. Yes, actually, historically, this joint committee has offered recommendations to fund budget enhancement requests or to further look into funding or various wording of it. But if I recall correctly, 2 years ago, I don't have the report in front of me, but in the report to the 24 legislature, there were specific budget enhancement requests to be funded. Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, Senator Warren. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And another point of clarification, if you will. So is our procedure going to be that a motion is made for a recommendation and the motion requires a second, and then the committee votes on whether to adopt the recommendation as a recommendation of the committee?
Yes, we will proceed on those lines, just treat it as a regular motion. Yes. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can let you know what areas this would encompass. So again, the KDOC, Community Corrections funding formula, the new proposal is on pause. And but those distributions had been distributed. So I have been looking at this since Monday, and there were 3 judicial districts that would have received 50% or more increase, which would be a big help to those smaller jurisdictions. And those are the 1st Judicial District, which is Leavenworth, the 24th Judicial District, which is Edwards, Hodgman, Lane, Ness, Pawnee, Rush, and the 30th Judicial District with Sumner. So to me, just, you know, we put a pause on this because the pot that we're splitting, some we're going to see, a third of them we're going to see a cut, 2/3 of them we're going to see an increase. And in this, I believe that these 3 judicial districts are currently severely underfunded. And since that was enhancement request was before us, will come before us in the budget committee, I think that this committee could support getting this funding out to those particular community corrections folks.
Do we have a second? Representative Schlangen-Siepen seconds the motion. Discussion? Representative Gossage.
It's Senator, but that's okay. I make those mistakes all the time myself. That's all right. As a chair, it's hard to keep it all straight. I'm just not comfortable with making specific recommendations, kind of what Senator Titus was referencing. Not to say that I disagree with what is being done, but I also trust our budget committees that they're going to look at everything and they're going to take a deeper dive into this. So to say that I hope that they would take a serious look at this, I would be in favor of that. But specifically, I would not vote for that.
I would be willing to adopt that as a friendly amendment to say, to take a look at this or examine this. Just for perspective, we have the vice chair and the ranking of the Transportation and Public Safety budget. It definitely helps us to be able to say that we have a committee backing for support when we make motions like this in committee. I can still do that either way without the committee support, but I think it makes us stronger if we have both members of both parties and of both the House and the Senate backing something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So just procedurally, Senator Gossage, do you want to make that as a substitute motion or not?
If the
I already made it
carrier
as a
of the
friendly amendment,
motion
Mr.
is
Chair.
fine, I would, and she is accepting of that, I would say asking them to consider, you know, funding this as opposed to asking them to fund this. I just think that there's a differentiation there. I think we have a couple of other members of this committee that would like to weigh in.
Just so we're clear, we're going to treat it as a substitute motion. Do we have a second? Representative, Senator Titus. And Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too agree that we need to have the appropriate committee take a look at the details of this proposed appropriation, and it's possibly appropriate that they, as she's writing it now, consider, I guess I would say examine, but rather than support, because I would not support the funding without more information. So I'm glad we're moving that direction.
Representative Hoy.
I do want to clarify. I think it's, well, I guess it's fine to list the districts. I was just going to say 50% or more because based on those funding things, that is factual that those are the 3 that are 50% or more. So I guess that doesn't matter maybe.
Yes, Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I heard examine instead of consider. Is that?
I actually like that better as well.
Okay. And then second, the consideration for the 1st, 24th, 30th, the judicial districts, the, then appropriating, like the lump sum of appropriation goes through the appropriations process through the legislature, but then the money going actually out to community corrections would be a recommendation for the Department of Corrections that when they are distributing the grants, to give that additional consideration. If that kind of makes sense, like this, as I'm typing it out, this recommendation could be split into two separate ones, one for the House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means Committees to consider the enhancement request, and then one for the Department of Corrections to, as they're considering the grant allocations for the next year, to put as additional considerations on those 3 judicial districts.
Right, so which is the motion? Senator?
The latter,
latter.
with the examination of them. We're just basically saying, we agree this should be examined.
By either the
budget
appropriators
committees.
or the Department of Corrections, or just the appropriators?
I would say appropriators,
Okay,
that's who
so
we
we're gonna-
oversee.
We're going to leave it with the
That's who we work with.
appropriators. All right, any further discussion? Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very reluctant to disagree with my colleague's motion and/or the substitute motion, but I think we're reaching too far here. I do not know whether or not the favored counties in this motion need the additional funding or not. Now, I know that if you take, Mr. Secretary, $250,000 out of Sedgwick County's budget, it's going to have serious consequences. But I don't think we need to address that here today. And I also don't think that we need to start picking and choosing between districts based upon the scanty record we have here.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
New chairman.
I agree. And let's be, I know. Let's be honest here, just just trying to save us all time. If we're sitting here going to debate budgetary items, there's no role in the budgetary process for our advice. What we could do here as a body is keep ourselves and those appropriators here and those involved in the budget accountable and remind them as colleagues of what we heard today as this budget process starts this next session. And that would be the advice I would give, that this body reminds these legislators during session that this was discussed, and let's bring it up during our budget subcommittee hearings when appropriate. If that makes any sense.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, hold on.
Clarification, which
Hold
motion
on.
are we voting on?
We're voting on the substitute motion to recommend to the appropriators that they consider the funding that the new to essentially take a close look at the enhancements to these 3 counties. That's the substitute motion on the table, right? So we're going to vote again. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion fails.
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my motion then.
Thank you for that. All right. Did someone else send an idea for recommendation to Ms. Kincaid? Representative Schlangen-Siepen, yes.
Given the recent raids on, I don't even know what the name of them are, hemp dispensaries or hemp product stores or whatever by Kansas Bureau of Investigation, it seems to me that it might be appropriate to recommend the House to the relevant House and Senate committees to further review regulations on hemp-derived THC to give clarity to the law enforcement agencies regarding what is and is not allowable, and also to give some clarity to that industry, to give some sense to that industry about, I think there's some bad actors in that field is what I'm saying. And so I think it would be good to have some amount of regulation so law enforcement, can be more targeting and specific about what they're doing, and also so that that industry hears clearly what is and is not acceptable.
Okay. That's the motion.
That's the motion.
And it's summarized on the board, so you can look at it. Do I have a second? Representative Hoy seconds the motion. We have discussion. Senator Gossage.
Mr. Chair, I feel like since we didn't have any discussion about this during committee, this may not be something that I would feel comfortable voting for or against. I'm aware of KBI and maybe the 70H products that are being sold. That's something we should be taking a look at in our next session. But to make a recommendation from the committee, I'm not prepared to do yes or no, in that I don't know quite enough about this and it wasn't presented in our 2 days.
I'll just add, I think it's probably a legitimate concern, but I also share the concern that we haven't discussed it, and I don't feel comfortable with it going forward either. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to back up what the chair just said, that it wasn't an item discussed on the agenda, so it would probably not be good practice for the committee to make recommendations about items that weren't on the agenda. Thank you.
Representative Schlingensieben.
I'll withdraw.
Having said that, thank you. Once again, I do think it's something that ought to be considered by the legislature in the next session, and so we can work on that together. I think Representative Hoy has another motion for a recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might reword this based on the discussion of the last kind of appropriations thing. And I would say this is my 3rd year on the committee, and we do typically discuss the budget and back giving committee support to those sorts of things. It's not something new. But I do want the committee to support, maybe support expungement clinics and driver's license clinics. Say we really like those.
So it's being put up on the screen for everybody. Obviously, this concerns the presentation by Mr. Keenan yesterday at the end of the session on that. And once again, as I understand the motion, it's not an appropriations motions per se, although he did have requests specifically for that. But this motion just says we support the expungement and driver's license clinics. Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you may, I'd like to second it with just a few adjustments. Since this goes through, and given what we've discussed already, since this goes through general government budget, we should word it as if this committee supports or endorses, or however you wish, to the general government budget committee when this comes up in their proceedings, that this committee supports the venture, if you will. Just provide our support. It had great success, as we've seen, and I would vote for I would second.
So, hold on. So it's a second, but also,
Would you,
Representative Coy, do you want to,
If-
you want to amend?
if you'll allow, yeah, I'd be happy to do it as a friendly amendment, just adopt the new language. Could you repeat it? That endorses
This
to,
committee endorses the program and and address it to the General Government Budget Committee. So General Government Budget Committee, this committee here endorses this program, and that's it. It's pretty easy.
works for me.
So I guess that's going to be your your motion still amended, and you're seconding it, Representative Turk. Is that right? You're seconding? Yes. Okay. Discussion. Representative Warren.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just point of clarification, what do we mean by endorse? Perhaps we'd be more comfortable with usual language of support, but don't know.
To me, that's a synonym, but if that makes you comfortable, I would support that word too.
I am comfortable with either. If the second agrees to supports, I will.
That's
All right.
fine. So long as the General Government Budget Committee knows that we've seen the results of the program, it works, we want to continue it, period.
Right. So endorses become support. Yes, Senator.
I would just say
Gossage.
the expansion of what Representative Turk just said, the work of the program, that latter part that he said, I think actually strengthens this, and it's not that we're saying, we need you to fund this. We're basically saying, we've seen it to be successful. So if he could repeat, or somebody could repeat the last portion of what he said and add that to the recommendation, I think it strengthens it.
Yeah. So our committee has. Yep, there you go. Supports because we've seen the evidence that this program is successful. And that's it, yeah.
All right, that's the motion. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Passes. The motion passes. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to request submit committee support for a legislative hearing for 2025 SB 255, the Second Look Act.
Is there a second? Representative Corson. I'm sorry, Senator. It's getting late in the day, 2 days, and I can't keep it straight. I know you do. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to kind of clarify the process a little bit, that as the person who chairs the committee where Senate Bill 255 has currently been referred to, while we heard some presentations about the bill and some written testimony as well, it was all one-sided. So we heard only from proponents and supporters of the bill. Usually in a joint committee of the legislature such as this, you hear proponents, you hear opponents, you hear neutrals, and we didn't have that procedure here. I don't know how the list of stakeholders was put together, but in addition, what we did here was there could possibly be more than 4,000 petitions for relief filed all at once. We heard that there would be retroactive application of legislation that wasn't intended by the legislature to be applied retroactively. We heard support that mandatory minimum sentences should not be held to be mandatory, and other issues. So before I could ever recommend any bill, quite frankly, be recommended for a standing committee in regular session for a hearing, it would be important to have all sides of the issue give input. We did not hear from law enforcement. We did not hear from the Attorney General. We did not hear from victims. We didn't hear from victims of crime. And Kansas puts a lot of effort into supporting victims of crime. We have the Victims Bill of Rights. We have the Victims Board of Compensation, and it's just not and as not being having any input on what the presentation would look like. It was just awfully one-sided. And so for us, either way, to make a recommendation or the other, I don't think it would be appropriate for this committee to speak to it.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Falscato.
Thank
Except
you,
Senator, really.
We're lawmakers,
Right.
and we're on a joint committee here. And in reference to Senate Bill 255, I agree with the Senator Warren, who's the chair of the committee where the bill was referred to originally. And to her point, this is a interim committee meeting. And what I heard was the opposite, just people giving presentation information is what I heard from the individuals. They gave information, they quoted what other states were doing. And again, this is just a committee where we make recommendations. It wasn't a hearing. We all know that a hearing, you do have proponents, opponents, neutral. And so that's why we're asking for a hearing so that we can have all the stakeholders there. And if you don't want to make a recommendation in this committee, that's fine. And so I thought initially when I introduced the legislation a year ago, I thought people didn't know enough about it. So then therefore, you learn more about it with information during an interim committee meeting, which we're doing here today. And then if we don't like it, you don't make a recommendation, but don't confuse an interim committee meeting to hear information to a hearing. Of course, wasn't a hearing, so you're not going to have the proponents and opponents. Nobody else had that either. They just provided information. And some people, everybody stood up here and gave some personal anecdotes, some personal experiences, and they gave us some factual information. This was not a hearing, so you would not hear from all those different entities that was mentioned. With all due respect, if you want to make the recommendation, fine. If not, fine. But this wasn't a hearing, it was just information shared on Senate Bill 255. Respectfully, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just comment that I too view this as informational. I didn't know anything about the bill when it was put on the agenda. I learned something about the bill, but I share Senator Warren's view that we really didn't get a full picture like we would in a normal hearing, and so I don't feel comfortable either recommending it. Senator Falscato.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. That's why you have a interim committee meeting. I served in the House and in the Senate. I've served on multiple joint committees, interim committee meetings, and they are to gather information. Maybe we'll have another interim committee meeting to gather more information. I don't know, maybe we'll have a hearing someday. Maybe some of the information that was presented by the Secretary of the Department of Corrections and others, they do some type of review. We have a prison review board. We have other, and I think I heard here today, Mr. Chairman, where there are different levels of when the intake process, and then you're in maximum, you go to medium, somewhere there's some overview or review of people who are unfortunately in our juvenile justice systems, in our Department of Corrections. And I'm just a little, to be quite honest, I thought it was just information shared. I didn't take it as a hearing, so thank you.
I think we agree. I'm glad and happy that we had the presentation. As I said, I learned something from it, but I didn't get all sides, and that's the reason that I'm glad we had the hearing or the presentation. But I'm not in a position to recommend it one way or the other, which I think is what Senator Warren has said. And Senator Gossage wants to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can just speak from chair of a standing committee as well, is that the one thing you don't want to feel when you have lots of bills that come before you, it takes a lot of time for you to do your due diligence and hear from different people that come to your office. And then it's your prerogative to determine whether you're going to hold a hearing or whether you're going to work a bill, and listening to all sides and then trying to decide. Sometimes when bills come to you and there are so many, you know you have time to hear these, and it's a 2-year process. So maybe you would hear the next one the next year. But I think the last thing I would ever want to do as a member of an interim committee is to feel like I'm trying to compel a sitting chair of a standing committee that we really want you to hear this bill. That is the prerogative of the chair. And sometimes hearing this information be enough to say, let me give that one a second look, or let me bring in some other people to talk to me about that. But I definitely would not be in a position to say that this committee would compel or ask that this be heard.
Any further discussion? Yes, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was actually going to say very much the same thing, having chaired not only this committee, but other committees as well. You know, when there is, certainly when there is a bill and there is, unanimous consent, that's a little bit different, but respecting the prerogative of the chair to decide which bills are heard and which bills are not heard, certainly is something that I have come to very much respect. So I support the words that Senator Gossage said, and wouldn't be able to support this motion either, although there were certainly some valid points that were made, some concerns there. I think that, there were a lot of issues with that approach as well. I pointed a number of them out. And so I prefer to defer to the prerogative of the chair.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's probably a world record for how many times I've spoken in a committee ever, but I want to just bring one thing to a discussion real quick, just so that I know that I am on the same page. If I recall, and I heard we heard very compelling testimony. There are some very, very good speakers. They brought points of view that I've never considered, and I'm grateful for that. But if I understand it correctly, this would have disassembled the grid, yes? This would have.
It would have given a second look at long sentences 10 or 15 years after the sentence was imposed.
Essentially breaking down the grid as we know it, correct?
In that sense, yes.
Well, I just want to bring this up, and if a substitute motion is appropriate, I would consider it, but I would recommend that that's not in the best interest of Kansas, and I would send this back to the presenters with the advice that maybe we should gather some more stakeholders that have a better understanding of how it's applied across the state and come up with a better solution. Because I would not be comfortable completely restarting from scratch how we operate.
All right, so that was a discussion point. We now have a motion on the table, which is to recommend the second look bill. And we have more discussion on that point from the Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say before we close on this, first, absolutely, thank you for bringing it before the committee and getting more information. I think that we all learned something from it. And I'm definitely taking what all of the chairs in the room are saying, and I can count. So we did, and every recommendation that I've made today is something that somebody asked for in one of the testimonies or presentations that we had. So I promise I'm not cooking these things up out of the blue, but I don't want to put chairs in positions of having to vote on this, given what they've said here. So I would withdraw the motion, and I think then at least we've had this conversation, and those really invested in this know where it stands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would agree to that, Mr. Chair.
Just a point of order, that's, John, Representative, that's interesting. So the second person who seconds it also has to agree to withdraw the motion. Thank you. Yeah. Good point. Thank you for raising that. Let's see, one more?
Yep, and I'm just gonna ask this one. We don't need any motions. Does the committee have any interest in putting together a suggestion or anything about the new central unit at Hutchinson Correctional Facility?
The Hutchinson Correctional Facility, whether I'll just say that that's a huge issue, as we all know. And personally, I do believe that we have to address that sooner, not later. But it is a $500 million item, and we did get a lot of good information about that. But once again, I just think we should not make a recommendation one way or the other. And we can talk to the appropriators, talk to the my committee, the corrections committee, others that have some jurisdictional that would relate to that. But I would say that we not set forth a committee position on that. All right. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're at the end. If anybody wants to make comments, say anything, speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, with that, we're adjourned, and thank you very much for everybody's patience and the hard work that we put in this last 2 days.